is here on the corner. And then there's more subdivisions to the south of Frank Walkup, but quite a bit of vacant land that's just wooded, quite a bit of that land around it currently. And this is the zoning map, of course. So the orange color is for R1 low-density residential. So this project, they've been requesting acceptance for several months. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Light. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
All of the punch list comments that are shown have been addressed. We have no outstanding items.
Excellent. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? We'll entertain a motion if none.
Make a motion to give a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Second.
We have a motion for a favorable and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Items number 4 has been withdrawn and number 5 has been deferred, Mr. Logan.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. Item number 6, site plan, commercial shell building, Lot 3, new building totaling 7,206 square feet on 1.96 acres, requested by James Lukens. Property located at 5486 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18B, Group E, parcel 5.02, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, property owned by Jamshid Sharifi, Jamshid Mohibi, and Payman Baruzi. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request for site plan approval for the property on Murfreesboro Road, and this property is next to, not immediately adjacent, but 2 lots down from the Washtopia Car Wash. So you can see there on the screen, this is the existing building that's been there about 4.5 years. And it's been under construction all of that time, so it's not been CO'd as of yet. But you're probably familiar with that building since it's been there a while. Over here, just closer to the railroad tracks, so that'd be just west of this existing building, is where the applicant would like to build a second retail center. So in the wider view, you can see Walmart to the upper right corner, and all of the Walmart parking area. And this property is zoned C2, of course, which is commercial, as is the rest of Murfreesboro Road. So we're looking at these parcels here. And recently the property, you probably remember, had a plat, and so it takes a while for that plat to work through the system. So the GIS is still showing the 2 lots. As of tonight. So here's a site photo, and there was an older building that was demolished some time ago, but it was basically like a garage that was a metal building. So that was torn down, and this is the remaining concrete from that structure. And then you can see the existing other retail center that's been there for about 4.5 years. So this is the site plan that was submitted, and you can see the existing building there on the right of the screen. And
That's not it. That's the old one.
oh well, we have the paper ones. I think they didn't submit it on time, so
Okay.
if they don't submit, the old one stays in. They did bring the paper ones late, which is what Jake will pass out to you all.
This is for fire truck use.
Oh, okay. Well, then they didn't submit at all.
No, they did, because I got this one. So here's my copy. You can show everybody.
Okay, yeah.
'Cause it's important, because the driveway line up.
They had asked him to do that.
So has staff reviewed these plans?
Yes, these are the plans that engineering and utilities
I
reviewed.
think the only change was the driveway. So
And they tidied up some stuff.
there hasn't been any change except realigning that drive. And if y'all remember, a couple weeks ago, the applicant did not want to do that, so that's kind of what's caused all of the confusion. And they did not resubmit on time, which staff has no control over that, so you've got the old plan on the screen.
Lot cleaner.
We can only baby so much.
So, just to clarify again, Bo, so the plan, the paper plans, the ones they've submitted or not submitted?
That's the resubmittal.
That's a resubmittal.
It's the latest.
Okay, and it is the one that engineering and utilities reviewed, and all comments were addressed.
Okay.
So we're satisfied with this.
Yes.
Paper site plans.
And it includes I'm not seeing it includes lining up with the driveways?
Correct.
Okay. And then,
The same drawing that Mr. Lukens passed out to y'all the other day.
okay. And Ms. Logan, just a quick question, it meets the parking requirements?
It does. Yeah, nothing has changed, like I said, except that driveway, which I understand from 2 weeks ago, the applicant didn't want to do that. But I think as you all urged them, they have decided to do that. But that's the only difference on what's on the screen and what is on the paper that you just saw.
I think the alignment is much better than what it was, so we appreciate that. Do we have any other questions or comments from the board?
Make a motion to accept as
Thank you, ma'am.
submitted in paper.
We have a motion to accept as submitted from the paper copy. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Item number 7. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 1, property located off Blair Road, requested by SEC Inc., PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
So this is another request for subdivision acceptance, and this time it's at Portico Place. So you can see on the screen, this is off of Blair Road, just at the end of Sam Ridley Parkway, where it ends in Smyrna. And get back. So the acceptance is for all of these lots that you see here in the GIS. Just to clarify that. And then this is the zoning map. This is zoned PDR, which is planned density residential. And here are some site photos. That were taken last week. So since it's an acceptance, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Lott. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
All of the punch list items that are specific to Phase 1, which is what's being requested, have been addressed.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just have one question for the staff, if I could.
Please,
Just
sir.
a question for staff. So, understand we're doing the recommendation for the acceptance. On item 4, they withdrew it. Is there a reason why they're withdrawing it for Section 2, Phase 2, and we're moving forward with Section 1, Phase 1? Just want to clarify.
The reason is that the Phase 2 is tied directly to the Blair Road improvements that are not complete yet. Phase 1 is not.
Thank
So
you.
we're holding them up on that.
Any further questions or comments? We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion for a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion
I'll
for
second.
favorable and a second by Mayor Cole. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 9. Let's get moving. Nope. Item number 8. See, glad I looked. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, amendment to the zoning ordinance, amend Article 4, Section 4.010, off-street parking requirements, presented by Mr. Kyle Brown, Mr. Bo Logan. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is just a continuation of the discussion that's ongoing about reducing the overall amount of parking for high-density developments. I know last workshop, 2 weeks ago, we passed out some handouts, so I don't know if there's been discussion. I didn't hear directly from anyone about it after the workshop, so I don't know if there were changes to be made, but
I'm going to make a motion to defer to next month on this. I think that we need to get this a little bit more hashed out.
I'll second that motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll address that at workshop. Item number 9, Preliminary plat, Cheney Place, creation of easements on 4.3 acres requested by SEC Inc., property located on Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcels 10 and 11, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Old South Properties Inc. Mr. Logan.
So this is preliminary plat, request for approval, and this is the Cheney Place development. This plat will create easements for driveways, parking, et cetera. And this property is zoned R3, which is high-density residential zoning. So on the screen, you can see the two existing dwellings that are on the property. And this is Cheney, roughly in the middle of the image. To the bottom right is LaVergne High School. So it's not too far away from this development. And the zoning is R3, which is the green color shown there on the map. So this is the plat that was submitted by the applicant that shows the layout of the easements for the future development. They are proposing 50 townhomes at this site. And I believe all the technical comments were already addressed. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments? Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion to accept, sir?
Yes.
A motion to accept. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 10, site plan, Cheney Place, 5 townhomes on 4.3 acres requested by SEC Inc., property located on Cheney Boulevard.
5?
50.
50.
My apologies. Thank you, Mayor. Let's start over. Site plan, my apologies, Old South. Site plan, Cheney Place, 50 townhomes on 4.3 acres requested by SEC Inc., property located on Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcels 10 and 11, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Old South Properties Inc. Mr. Logan. Thank you, Mayor.
So this is the request for site plan approval that goes along with the previous item. And you can see, again, here's the property with the 2 existing dwellings. And they'll be demolished with this project. And then this is fronting Cheney, and then behind to the east side is Summit Lane. And then there's the zoning map again and the property. So this is the driveway that leads up to the dwelling. You can see there in the photo. And then south of this one is a mobile home. And again, they'll be demolished or moved for this, so construction can take place. So the site plan is there on the screen. And again, it's 50 units total. There are 2 entrances for ingress egress on Cheney. And then the mail kiosks will be in the front as well between the 2 entrances. And right now this plan shows 4 units that will be attached in each building. Of course, there is a playground, and the dumpster enclosures are at the south end of the project. And not much has changed in the last month or so with the layout, so no change there. And I believe there's no outstanding technical comments, so that completes the report.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? Mayor?
Mr. Logan, can you just clarify for me where that that mailbox kiosk is again? Your pointer went very quickly past that.
So it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions?
And then, do want to thank the engineer. I know you got me some elevations over on that, so thank you for that. With that, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 11, Pride Truck Sales, addition of 49 parking spaces on 13.18 acres, requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Industrial Boulevard, tax map 14, part of parcel 5, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 131 Industrial Boulevard Holding Corporation. Mr. Logan.
So this is the Pride Truck Sales project. They are requesting approval of a site plan for a new parking lot. And you can see there on the screen, this property is shaped sort of like a backward C. And it is right behind the pilot station near I-24. This project fronts industrial, but it is right behind the pilot. So this is the this is the pilot in front of the Pride Truck Sales. The parking lot would go roughly here. You can see the green roof is the existing office building. So in this area that's shown as grass would be the updated parking or new parking. So the zoning map, again, you can see the property outlined in the blue, and it is heavy industrial zoning. So that's the green building here, existing office building, and in this photo you can see the pilot canopy and gas station beyond their property.
That's the old ones also.
So this is the one they have paper copies for?
Yeah.
I believe.
So this is the applicant that provided paper copies. And this is the site plan shown on the screen. So the existing office building is shown here near the top of the image, and then the parking lot is laid out in front of that and all the way up to Industrial Boulevard. And that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All technical items have been taken care of on this, sir?
Engineering utilities, yes, sir.
Everyone's happy? Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Mayor? Would you state your name and address for the record, sir?
John Miner with SEC 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Minor, was it worked out how to prevent trucks from pulling into this and parking? I actually just saw 2 days ago one parked right in front of, in the grass, right next to, right in front of the building, parking overnight. So,
Yeah, it appeared to have one parked in front when I came here today too. So it was definitely a concern, and that was a good comment on your part at workshop. They've agreed to put wrought iron fence basically around the entire parking area with gates at the access points with fire mechanisms to open for fire safety.
okay, and is that on the new plans? 'Cause,
Yes. It should be on the set that you got.
1.1, I don't see it.
1.1 is master plan. You won't really be able to see it. On sheet 2.0, so the next sheet, you should see an X dash line.
Say that one more time, what was that?
On sheet 2.0, there should be a line around it that looks like an X with lines connecting between them, and a call out at the entrance.
Can you come up here and show me?
Yeah, it's not on that hard copy.
Is there another version of the hard copy?
Bo, did you receive the second set that we submitted later?
Okay. John, if I could, because I do see a fence line, but it's not all the way around, it's just one place.
No, it's the existing fence.
Yeah, so this is the one I picked up and looked at yesterday.
The set that we sent PDFs on and hard copy Wednesday, have it.
Find anything, Mr. Coates?
Yeah, you have to go
Okay.
to,
Good enough. And we don't have a sample of it.
that one still says Industrial Boulevard, that has the old title on it.
The deadline was Monday, so, I mean, it's up to them. If they don't, I don't set the deadline, they do. It's up to them.
I'll explain it after, but it is shown.
He sent an email, we were already in leadership training,
Around.
so I didn't even get it. He sent it at 7:06 p.m. one night. It's in my inbox. But, yeah, that's what I thought. They were all current. I don't know what he's got.
She's gonna have to publish and update it after I put it in there.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be down here.
Is it one of those deals, did you take out the old one?
That's existing.
It might be right after.
Same thing, it's dark,
I took the old one.
Oh, okay, because again, that's the one that was submitted before workshop.
but it routes around and then we have a call out at the entrance locations.
So we didn't get a submitted copy of that, did we?
Can you guys want to see this?
So we submitted Monday, and then we submitted another copy Wednesday.
Pass it down, Sean.
The Wednesday copy, they did agree to add the fencing. The Monday copy that I guess you guys have did not have it.
Was the Wednesday submitted via email or?
It was digital and a hard copy.
Did y'all not receive those?
Yeah, so the email was sent at 7:06 p.m. Wednesday night. So I was probably in bed at my old age. And then we had leadership training all day Thursday. But I think all of that doesn't matter. The deadline's Monday, and people are supposed to submit on Monday. And this is what happens when people don't follow
And
the
I'm feeling slightly uncomfortable because I feel that as staff, it needs to be scrutinized and reviewed. So, yeah.
We don't have the ability, and neither would anybody in this room, to get 3 submittals on 3 different days when people try to take vacation time and go to the doctor and people are out and have lives to live. That's why the deadline's Monday. And I've said enough about it.
We'll get through
I
it.
know that Graham probably shares my sentiment because he's told me before to follow the rules.
For a number of years, if it was not on time, it's not on time. So on 2 notes. one, we really don't have a big hard copy in front of us. I feel it hasn't been scrutinized enough by staff, and we don't have a sample of the fencing. So, which is,
Did send the picture, but either way, I mean,
So-
if I gotta come back from New York, I'll come back from New York. As
Well-
much as I love coming down here,
Can you
I'd
bring
like to
some
get this
pizza?
done. Pardon me?
Will you bring pizza?
Well, yeah, but we're trying to get that lot cleaned up. You can see the trucks are all in disarray up there. On the
yes, sir. Yeah,
It
and
does not look good. We want to get it secure so that we don't have people. We agreed to do the fencing because Mayor brought it up last time. It's a great idea. Pilot, they're in and out, they're in the back. We want to get it taken care of.
Yeah.
But it also will allow us to display the trucks in a nice fashion so it doesn't look like a hodgepodge and it actually looks like a business down there.
We just have to cover our tails because we've had instances where contingencies were given, contingencies weren't followed, and it went through a very lengthy court battle that really went nowhere. So
we don't want to miss anything, and that's the biggest thing for yourselves and ourselves as a city. So, and I'll entertain a motion.
To defer, I'll make
Motion to defer.
our second.
We have a motion to defer by Mr. Coates. We have a second by Mayor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll see you at workshop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 12, set bond amount for McCormick Place, map 14F, Group A, parcel 1.01, and tax map 14, parcels 36, 36.01, and 36.02, requested by Womble and Associates, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request to set the bond amount for McCormick Place. And McCormick's located on Bill Stewart Boulevard. And it is on PDR, of course. So for the submittal, the applicant, per the subdivision regulations, submitted 3 construction bids, which was an average plus the required 20% contingency, and a stamped estimate provided by the engineer. Bids came from 4-Star Paving, Gibbs Construction, and Sessions Paving Company, and the engineer's estimate comes to $123,000 total. And that completes the report. Thanks.
Well, and just as per Mr. Coates's comments, all 3 proposals have been properly signed now.
And staff is satisfied with that number?
Yes.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Appreciate the applicant getting the signatures. I know it's a pain, but it's just keeping us straight here.
I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to set the bond at $123,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 13, bonds and letters of credit. Ma'am, if you don't mind.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and Board. You guys should have the bond list in front of you. There are 2 that are expiring this month, but they are in process of renewing. We should get that either tomorrow or probably Friday. So that should do it.
Very good. Any questions or comments on that item? Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
Miss Lorna said, go for it. Now it's really loud, Miss Lorna. You think it's too loud, maybe? Let me move it out a little bit, yeah. I think so. Miss Lorna said, go for it. Is that the lady in the pink hair right there? Just a lot of her pink hair. How was everybody this morning? Oh, we got such a good crowd. I want you to give yourselves a hand. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you, mamas. There's our applause. Thank you, mamas, for getting them all ready. I got 2 of my own. That's a hard job, isn't it? Getting them all out the door. So, yay. I heard that you are going to be talking about, or are talking about, being creative at the library. Is that true? And using your imagination. Well, guess what Jess and I are here today to do? To see if you have your imagination turned on. That's right. To see if it's on. My name is Miss Debbie, and I used to be the children's librarian and used to work with that lady right back there. Who is that? Miss Donna at Smyrna Library. But the more important thing is that this fellow right behind me is my cousin Jesse. I want you to give him a big hand. Mr. Jesse, who can guess how old he is? Take a guess. 42. You're holding up good, Jess. Oh, what, anybody else? 17. Oh, you're getting on up. Who else? Anybody else? What do you think, babe? 12. Oh, you went down a little. You went down a little bit. 5. Oh, how old are you, Jess? He is 14, guys. When he was 4 years old, I want you to raise your hand if you're 4. When he was 4 years old, he started playing the keyboard. Do you think he used his imagination and his creativity? Oh, yeah. So he's the big one that's here today, that I'm so glad that he's here. All right, well, I tell you what. Let's get started by singing an old song. Everybody stand up. If you're happy and you know it, Mr. Jess is going to play with us. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. Funny face. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Excellent job. Give yourself a round of applause. Have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottoms on the floor. I even see some friends from Smyrna out there. I see Miss Allison. I see all my friends. I'm so glad you're here today. Hey, you know what? The first thing we've got to do is see if our imaginations are turned on, right? We can't do this if it's not. Jess, did I bring anything? Let me look over here in my magic bag. Hey, I did. Look what I brought. That's right. Ding. Look what I brought. A doctor, or it's that big long word Miss Debbie can't say. She said it. A stethoscope. But that's not what this one is. Look how different it looks. It's round on both sides. This is the great Imaginator. Did you hear that? The Imaginator sees if your imagination is turned on. I am coming out. Now, but there's one problem. When we get a little older, sometimes our imagination goes kind of down. But guess what? Yours is popping. Watch. Woo! Did you hear that? Oh my goodness. Now watch what happens when you put it on a mama. Watch what happens. Oh, it's in there. It just hadn't been used a whole lot. All right, let's try one more spot. Who else? How about this one? Can I put it right on the end of that? It might blow it up. Let's see. Are you ready? Woo! Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Oh, let's try one more. Let's try one more. One more, mama. One more. Oh, are you ready? Oh. Boy, this thing's good, isn't it? Let's see what happens when we put it on Miss Deb. Are you ready? It might blow up. You think? Here we go. Uh-oh. Not good. Well, guess what our job is today? Is to make sure everybody has got their imagination turned on. So now we got this out of the way. Whew, once we get to doing all this imagination and it's floating up in the sky, where are we going to put it, Jess? Did you bring anything today? I wonder if there's anything we could put it in. Did you really? That might work too. Let me try this magic bag. Oh. Hey, are you using this, Jessie? You're not using that? That'll work. Let's see if it's empty. It looks like it does. Oh, is there anything in there? Nothing in there. What do we need to fill this up with? Money. I heard it. Go, mama. What do we need to... What else can we fill it up with? Water or... imagination. Are you ready? We got to turn it on. Are you ready? You gonna help me? Now we're gonna say an old saying. Are you ready? I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. Oh. Oh no. It's hot. It's getting hot. Everybody say, phew. Y'all did that so good you turned it on and it got hot. Which means it's going to collect all of our imagination. Are you ready? Let's start by reading a book. That's the best way to do it ever. Look at this big old book. Look at this big old book. This is so old. This is so old. And there's so many things in here that will help our imagination. Jesse, would you mind playing a little something with this? He will do a little bit of that. This is called If. What if zebras had stars and stripes? Wouldn't that be cool? Whoa, hear that? Uh-oh. What if lightning made rhinos? It'd be something. It'd be trampling all over the place, wouldn't it? Uh-oh. What if whales lived in outer space? Look at them. Look at them. It would be. Would they be heavy or would they be light? Light. Very good. Oh, this one tickles. Are you ready? What if butterflies were closed? Ooh, that would tickle, wouldn't it? Would that tickle? Yeah. Oh, this one's so cool. Hold your hand out in front of you. Hold your hand in front of you. What if music could be hailed? You ever think about it? You know what one friend said? He said, I'd put some music in this hand and I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd cram it in my ears. How about that? That'd be kind of cool. He used his imagination. Oh yeah, by the way, Jesse doesn't talk that much. He gets kind of shy, but he uses his new friend, his new keyboard. All right, so you might hear some funny stuff. Ooh, what if leaves were fish? Shoo! Would that stink? That stink. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gross, Jesse. Are you ready? What if toes were teeth? No! That'd be funny. That is funny. Uh-oh. Now, I hope I don't offend anybody in here. All right. I hope not. What if kids had tails? I didn't, did I? Oh, whew. Came close the other day. Almost. Hit that. It's an elephant. Yep. Hey, what if cats could fly? Soaring above the top? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. What if that old moon of ours was square? Whoa. I think we're filling our jar up every time we read a page. Ew. Another gross one. Are you ready? What if caterpillars were toothpaste? That's right. Oh, nasty. Uh-oh. What if old worms had wheels? Watch them go by. You ready? Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that fast worm? Oh, no. See, there'd be all that going on. Gotta call the insurance, huh? Well, the very last one says, what if ants could count? Hi, you say, hey, ant, how old am I? And he tell you, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Give yourselves a hand. You are great listeners. I love it, I love it, I love it. Well, Jesse, did you have fun making those sounds? You know what? Mr. Jesse wants to make his sounds again. So let's do something. Let's have Mr. Jesse make some sounds on his new toy, and we'll figure out what they are. Maybe we'll make 100. You think? Let's make 100. Hold your hand out in front of you. Ready? Go, Jess. What is it? It's a heartbeat. Is that right? We're going to make 100. You ready? Hold your hand in front of you. Go, Jess. A train? You think that's what it is? Is it a train? Ah, we did it again. You want to do one more? Ready? Go, Jess. Is that a helicopter? Yay! Give yourselves a hand. You made 100. Boy, our imaginations are just a popping. But you know what? Miss Debbie can't read for long and do all that stuff without getting some wiggles out. Are you ready to get some wiggles out? Mr. Jesse's going to do a song called Jump. All right? Let's stand up. I want you to clap those hands. All right. Let's get these wiggles all out. Clap way up high. Touch those flamingos. Woo! Uh-oh. Now, clap in the middle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go all the way down. Go all the way down. All right. The name of this song is Jump. I want you to jump. Go, 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 go. Jump, 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 jump. Get all those wiggles out. Oh, oh, God. Oh, God. Woo. Oh, oh, my goodness. Look at all the, y'all are moving everything. Woo. Oh, oh, oh. You know what? I can't jump no more. You just keep right on going. Okay. I think that's good. Is all your wiggles out? Is all of them out? All right. Everybody have a seat on your body. Woo. Y'all are dealing with an old woman. I can't be jumping like that. Whew, who used to do that song, Jesse? Van Halen. I can't be doing all that Van Halen. Whew, that's hard work. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Well, I got a book now that I think you've heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put those hands in your lap. Let's see what's next. You ready? Let's turn those ears on. You ready? Hey, Allison did it. Let's do that. I had old Miss Allison last year in my class. She's so sweet. All right, guys. I got a book right now that I think you've heard, but I think you're going to enjoy it because I'm going to need some friends to help me with this. And Mr. Jesse's going to be calling on friends that are crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap, and he's going to be calling them. Let's see. Jesse, how about these? Will they help you to see our friends? This is a big crowd. They got to help us. Let's see. You just come up here to me whenever you do. Get out of his way.
I see a guy in a blue shirt.
Guy in a blue shirt right there with the green collar on. Come stand with me, buddy. That's you. Looking around. It's you, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. You want to help me stand? Stand right here. Will you stand right here? Will you stand right there? Thank you, dear. All right, Jess, who else you got? My dad. Who's got my dad on his shirt? You do? Will you come help me? Yeah. Give me my hand. Yay. Come on, sweetheart. Stand right here. All right, Jess, we need one more. Let's look. Yeah, well, we'll 3 more, don't we? The girl in the pink. Holding a little girl in her lap. Okay, come on up, sweetheart. He can stand right here if he wants to. I know it. Look at my rock star I got up here. I'm so tickled. All right, stand right here, baby. Stand right there. All right, who else, Jess? Blonde hair and a red shirt. Where's Blonde? Oh, I see ya. Come here, big man. Come here and help me stand. He's like, I don't want to do that. Why are you calling up? Come here, baby. Stay right here. Stay right here. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, Jesse. He's looking. He's looking. Oh. The one that's looking back right now. In the, right here, baby. You, sweetie. Come here and help us. Stay right here for me. Stay right here. We have got some things that I need for you to hold, okay? Will you hold that up? That's the chest. That's what that is. And this is the arm. Will you hold that up on your arm for me? Oh, he rocks. Good deal. Let's see what else I got in here. There. There's a hand. Can you do the... Oh, you already got red on. The head. Can you hold that up for me? And let's do one more. Oh, this is the funny part. What? Everybody say that. What? Oh, my goodness. Will you hold that up? All right. Let's see what this book's all about. This is called I Ain't Gonna Paint No More. And they're going to hold up different parts that this little boy paints. Will you help me do this? Oh, let's see what it's about. One day, my mama caught me painting on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the curtain, and even on the door. Oh, and I thought, Mama started yelling, "You ain't gonna paint no more." She took his paints away, didn't she? And she put them way up high in top of that closet, she did. But guess who was on the steps watching? He was, wasn't he?
What's your name?
Well, I saw where Mama put those paints, and I climbed up high, but I ain't gonna paint no more, I promise. But then that red got to looking at me, so I took some red and I painted my head. Hold up that head. Can you hold up that head? Good job. Well, what the heck? What if I go ahead and I just paint my neck? Very good. Point to your neck. Where's your neck? Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh. I guess there ain't no harm if I go ahead and I paint my chest. Oh, my goodness. Look at his tummy. He looks like an Easter egg. Oh, guess there ain't no harm, though. Here comes your part. Here ain't no harm if I paint my arm. Good job, buddy. Good job. But I just can't stand it if I don't paint my hand. Everybody hold up your hand. Let me see those pretty hands. Oh, I love it. Oh, then I see some black and I decide to paint my... Have you read this? You're too good. Back. Oh, like an Easter egg, I'm gonna paint my... I heard it. Oh, leg. Look at that leg. Hold your leg up. Oh. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more though. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. But still, I'm not complete until I paint my feet. Oh, look at his toes. Oh my goodness. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more. But you know what? I am such a nut. Oh, Jesse, there's something in this book. We can't show that. I'm gonna paint my... Oh. What is that? Oh, we can't show all that. Oh. Now y'all don't faint, cause I ran out of paint, and I really ain't gonna paint no more. That little boy finished painting. Yeah. Give our friends a hand for holding up all their stuff. Give our friends a hand. Thank you, sweetheart. You may have a seat. Thank you, rock star. No problem. Give me 5, buddy. Thank you. Good job. Hey, you know what? I think it's time we get some more wiggles out. That's what I think. Are you ready to stand up? Let's do this song. Let me tell you a real quick story about it. Mrs. Robin is on Good Morning America. And Miss Robin woke up one morning and she was so sad. She had just found out she was sick. And when she found out she was sick, she was very sad. Can you show me a sad face? And she said, I can either be sad or I can be very, very happy. This is what she did. She wrote a song. And it's called It's a Beautiful Day. I'm going to need your clapping hands for this one. Will you help me? Good job. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. You know why it's a beautiful day? Because you're standing in the library. That's exactly right. Very, very, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoms on the floor. Good job. It is always a beautiful day. When you come to the library, this is the best place to turn on your imagination. That's exactly right. Well, Miss Debbie brought one more book. Oh, Miss Lorna, can they count their books that I've read today on there? Did you hear that? We're already 3 up for the day. Cool. This is more for the mamas than it is for us. I had to bring one for us. This is called The Dot. Here we go. This is, you've heard it, hadn't you? I know it. This is all about our creativity and the things that we can create. Let's see what Vanessa does. Art class was all over with, and Vanessa sat glued in her chair. That paper was all empty. Well, her teacher leaned over and she looked at that blank piece of paper and she said, "Oh, you got a polar bear in a snowstorm." Well, Vanessa had a mean look on her face. Can you show me a mean look? Ooh, scary. She said, very funny, teacher. She said, well, just make a mark and see where it takes you. So Vanessa grabbed her marker. Can you grab your marker with me? She grabbed that marker and she jabbed it right down on that paper. She said, there you go. Well, the teacher took that paper and she said, perfect. Now sign it. Will you sign that for me? Vanessa said, there's one thing that's true. I may not can draw, but I sure can write my name. So let's take our pencil. And she scribbled her name real fast on there. She said, there. You think Vanessa was being very nice? Well, the next day she walked into art class, and there was her dot hanging on the wall. But this time it was in this old shiny frame, and she crossed her arms over her. Can you do that? Make that mean face. She said, I can make a better dot than that. So she opened up her never-before-opened paints because, you know, she couldn't draw. And she started making dots. And she even made dots where there weren't any paint at all. Look at there. Well, she even got so good that at school they had an art show. And they put all that art up in the hallway. And a little boy walked up to Vanessa and he said, you are such a good painter. I wish I could do that. She said, I bet you can. You just got to try. That's all you got to do. He said, oh, no. I can't even make a straight line with a ruler. That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's hard, isn't it, Allison? Ooh. Well, Vanessa smiled, and she handed him a pencil. Everybody grab your pencil. And she picked it up, and he did a little squiggly line. Make a squiggly line with me. Squiggly line across that paper. Oh, Vanessa looked at his paper, and she said, not bad. Now, will you please do something for me? Will you please sign it? Who asked her to sign her paper? The teacher. All that little boy had to do was what? Try. I heard it. Good job. Good job. Well, that's 3 books we got under our belt. We got If, we got The Dot, and we got I Ain't Gonna Paint No More, right? We got 3 books under there. Hey, you know what I almost forgot about? I wonder if Miss Lorna would come up here and help us. I almost forgot about our jar. That's right. You know our jar that we were going to fill up with imagination? You think it's full of anything? Think so? Miss Lorna, will you come see? We need to make sure. There's your little walking music while you're coming up. Let's see. If anything falls out, we got to put it in something. So let me hold it. There goes Rocky. All right. Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh. It's hot. It's hot. Ooh, you want to touch that? She got her apron on. I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, you got to hold it. Take that top off. Uh-oh. You ready? I hope we put something in it. Hot. Okay. Don't burn yourself. Ooh. Try one more turn. Yeah, try that, Miss Lorna. Oh, 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 it's hot. Are you ready? Let's see if it has anything in it. Look what we did. We filled up our jar with imagination. Yay! Thank you, Miss Lorna. Ooh, it's hot. That's right. It's hot, hot, hot. Oh, my goodness. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. Well, we have got something a little bit different today than what Miss Deb's been doing, but I am so excited. I used to do, a long time ago, I had a friend that was called Varmint. And Mr. Varmint used to be with me at Smyrna, and sometimes he just kind of follows me around a little bit. Would you like to see him today? Would you like to see him? Let me go see if he's back here. Miss Donna's going to come up, and she's going to do a song with us. It's called Driving in Your Car. Do you remember that song? Do you remember that song? Oh, cool. Let me go see if he's back here, okay? I'm not real sure. I'm going to take this off. It might kind of scare him. Let me turn this off.
reach for the sky, and I touch my toes. Okay, and I jump 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I turn around 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I sit flat on my bottom.
Whose voice is that out there? Who is that? I think I know that voice, but I can't tell you where.
Oh, Marvin.
It knows my name too. What's going on?
Marvin, it has been, 4 or 5 years since I've seen you.
Who is that woman right there? Who is it?
Marvin, sometimes you're not sitting. Oh, Marvin.
Whoa! Well, I remember that all right there.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
That's my Miss Donner! Hi, friend. Oh, yeah. How are you, Miss Donner?
I am doing fabulous.
What's all these people? Hello, everybody. How you doing right there?
They came to see Miss Debbie and Jessie. Isn't that neat?
Get out. They came all the way up to see that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, I know it.
Miss Debbie has a beautiful voice, and you know that.
Well, get out of here. Well, how you been right there?
I've been doing wonderful. Since the last time I've seen you, I've had 2 grandchildren.
My goodness.
And wait, you're really going to get this one.
What?
I got married. Can you believe that? Get up here.
Miss Donner,
Get up here.
I can't. My heart's broken. It fell in the floor right there. Uh-huh.
I'm sure
Now,
will
you
find
said-
someone else.
You said I was it. You said I was all of it right there.
Well, you are it, and you are all of it. You're just the shorter version.
Oh, I got you now.
All right, listen. We've
What?
got to let these friends get on with their day.
That's true.
But we've got to go driving in our car.
Can we do it, Miss Donner?
Would you guys like to go driving in your car today?
Oh, let me get my stuff together, all right?
Together,
All right.
We'll go driving in the car. How many of you walked to the library today? Raise your hand. Excellent. How many of you rode a bicycle? Oh, yeah. How many of you came in a car? How about a van? How about a truck? Did anyone fly here in an airplane?
Well, I'm going home with them.
I'm impressed. So one way or the other, you were going to get to the library, and that's a good thing.
All right, I'm ready there, Miss Donner.
Here we go. I'm going to need you all to help sing along. So if you will stand up, because we get a little jazzy and we get a little dancey with the song. All right, we're ready, Miss Florida.
There's our music, Miss Donner. So, I'm going to go right there.
You know what would be lots of fun? Go out. Get a car seat. Come play harness. Come on.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool if we put on our really fashionable cool sunglasses? Come on, let's do it. I've got my
They fall off of me right there. What is it?
I'm driving
in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that we
Hey, I got a
always
scarf
see
right there.
scarves that they wrap around their necks and let fly out in the wind.
How about that?
Scarves on every
Like this right there?
I've got my scarf round my neck.
Even now, even now.
I've got my sunglasses
Geez, hard right there.
on. I'm
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
Uh-oh. We hit a bump. We hit a bump.
You know, that sun is really, really hot.
Ooh, it's
Out
hot.
on our heads, you know. It'll keep
Let's
the sun
take
out
it
our
right
eyes. It's so hot. Okay, everybody ready?
It don't match, but that's all right. We hit a bump there, Miss Donner. We hit a bump and listen at it. Boy, I'm taking this back. Oh, Miss Lorna Roxwood. What's wrong with her hair, Miss What? Now that'll work right there. Okay, well, I couldn't see her. What's wrong with her hair? Don't tell nobody that. Yeah. Well, I think that job gone bad right there, Miss. Yeah. What's that boy right there do? Where'd he go? See up there? Hey, you. What do you do with that big thing?
Hey, Jesse, can you play some more music so we can dance around on the floor to get her singing?
Don't lose your hair, Miss Warner. Oh, listen to this. Get out. That's good right there with your music. Oh, he knows what we like. Oh, no, can't do it. Can't do it. Sing it, Janet, sing it right there. Well, check it out right there. Doing that fancy handwork right there. Listen at him, Miss Donner. I see it right now. I'm in a music video, ain't I? Y'all just didn't tell me. Yep. That's right. ESPN and all that. Boy, give him a hand.
Keep your bottoms off the floor.
Well, there's a twist. Yeah.
We are getting ready to go driving in our car. One more time.
Don't hit in the bumps now, all right? Drive straight. No bumps there, Miss Luck. I hope her hair comes back. Boy. All right, here we go.
Well, you know what would be lots of fun? Let's go out and get our whoa, right there. Come on, you can come with us. It'll be lots of fun.
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star.
Driving in my car.
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool? Let's put on our
Put them sunglasses. Yep.
I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car.
Woo, we cool. Look at us.
Driving in my car.
Here's where the bump was. Be careful.
Driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that we see, they always
Here she goes. I bet she's gonna tighten it up for
fly
me.
out in the wind. Let's put our
Yeah.
scarf on.
Oh, I don't know. That fall off right there. Oh, there it is. You just won't tie that on, ain't you?
Driving in my car.
Oh, here she goes. Here she goes.
I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know, the sun is really,
It's
really
hot.
Let's put a hat on our heads and it'll keep the sun out of our eyes.
Yeah, that'd be good right there.
I've got my hat on my head.
He's on the airs right there, Miss
I've
Donner.
got my scarf around my neck. I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in my car.
You're too cool.
Driving in my car. Driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know, when I was a little girl, I used to watch.
What you need?
All
Oh, my doggy.
always had a little teeny tiny poodle dog sitting on the seat right next to me.
Well, he worked. He ain't a poodle. That work. How's that?
Everybody ready?
Ain't he cute?
I've got my little dog next to me. I got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in
Here
my
we
car.
go.
I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. I'm driving in my car. Driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
No, it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have really good music that we could look into. Let's put the radio on. I've got the radio turned on.
Hey, that's little Leonard Skinner Maynard right there, Miss Donner.
Oh, that is so
That's
cool.
good.
Can you
Look,
do
pretty
it? Oh, it's so groovy. Let's dance.
Oh, yeah.
I've got my boots on
Oh, lady,
I've got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
what's the hole?
I'm a movie star driving in my car. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star driving in my car. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star driving in my car.
Oh, what a good job right there. Oh, I gotta get that scarf off, Canker. All right, now, here we go. Oh, I know it. You did a good job.
1, 2, 3, 4. Put your bottoms on the floor.
You know what? I have missed you like crazy. I'm gonna tell you. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so glad these friends came out right there.
I know you're so glad to have all of these friends. I have to let you know
Yes, sir?
that when I sent Miss Debbie and Mr. Bobby an invitation to the wedding,
Yeah?
I received a letter from Garnet.
That's right, you did. I had to have my piece right there. I did. Yeah.
Okay, Laura, how about
Oh, good job right there.
friends goodbye?
Bye, friends. Bye, Jesse. See you later. Bye, guys. Bye, Mister.
We might see her. I don't know why she didn't hide.
I don't know. I think she got tired. I don't know. Not sure. All right. Bye, friends.
Good job.
They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. But what of these eyes and these souls? Next, we'll see just what it took for these cats to earn their stripes and spots. And show how one lady is using dogs to save cats. And then head to Kenya for an up-close encounter with lions on foot. This lion is looking at me right in the eyes. From pumas to panthers, cats are some of the most intriguing creatures to walk the earth. Intelligent, powerful, beautiful, and quite deadly. If you've ever gotten up close to a big cat, you know there's a definite mystique surrounding them. Plus, they can be pretty intimidating. Solid and muscular, these creatures can weigh up to 675 pounds and grow to 9.5 feet in length. Now, add to that grace, stealth, and speed, and you've got one of the most effective killing machines on the planet. So why then are these predators vanishing at such staggering rates? That's the mystery we intend to investigate in Saving a Species, the Story of Cats.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And there's definitely something about big cats that makes me stop and take notice. Their mere size, strength, stealth, and beauty are all things that command attention. I mean, who wouldn't be in awe of such amazing creatures? Which is why it's surprising that so many big cats are in danger of becoming extinct. At current rates of decline, most of the 37 species of wild cats in the world could go extinct within the next 25 years. And what can keep that from happening? Becoming aware, at least as a first step. And rescued animals like Jasmine here, as well as the other cat ambassadors you'll meet today, can all help in creating awareness about wildlife in peril. But we're jumping ahead of ourselves. Before we talk about conservation, let's find out a little bit about the family of cats. And for that, we need to go back, way back.
All modern cat species have evolved from a common ancestry that can be traced back more than 2 million years. But their ancestors go back even further. The cat's most ancient known ancestor lived about 40 million years ago, and it looks sort of like a weasel. The best known of the prehistoric cats is probably the saber-tooth. About the size of a modern African lion, this fierce animal hunted throughout much of the world, but became extinct about 11,000 years ago.
Okay, those were the prehistoric cats. But many centuries went by before the cats we know today hit the scene, or became domesticated.
And when they did, they played a big part in human culture and mythology for thousands of years. For centuries, big cats have been revered. Look at the Great Sphinx. It has the head of a pharaoh and the body of a lion. And the tiger has figured widely in the art and culture of the great civilizations of Asia.
And then, of course, there's the house cat, like Fifi here. The domestication process started as early as 3000 BC in ancient Egypt, where cats were regarded as members of the household.
There, cats were considered so valuable that the penalty for killing one was death.
Cats were valued in other parts of the world as well, mostly for their rat-catching skills. The ancient Greeks and Romans took cats to all other parts of Europe, and it was those early cats that actually were the ancestors of today's modern house cat.
But throughout history, not everyone has been so fond of cats. Their extraordinary hunting skills, beautiful coats, and supposed healing powers have made them targets themselves for poachers, ranchers, and farmers. Today, cats are still suffering from two major problems: illegal hunting and habitat loss. Some subspecies are already extinct, and others are on the brink.
We've seen that they descended from the first ancient cats who roamed the planet 40 million years ago. That common ancestry is what leaves cats with the same basic similarities.
All cats are carnivores, or meat eaters, and members of the family Felidae. But over time, cats have evolved into different shapes, sizes, and colors. Through evolutionary adaptation, marked differences now distinguish one species from another. Those built for speed over land, and others designed for climbing in the trees. Those who hunt by day, and those who are generally nocturnal. In fact, 37 species of wildcats now inhabit the Earth and are found on every continent except Antarctica and Australia. Those considered big cats are in the genus Panthera, which consists of tigers, the largest member of the cat family, lions, leopards, and jaguars. Cheetahs are the fastest land mammal on the planet. They can reach speeds of 70 miles per hour for short bursts, but long enough to track down their prey. That's faster than most roller coasters. Then there are the cats in the genus Felis. Although not considered big cats, these cats are still large and consist of pumas, also known as cougars, panthers, or mountain lions, ocelots, lynx, servals, and fishing cat. Cats of the forest, like tigers, leopards, and jaguars, are usually stockier and have much shorter limbs made for climbing. While those found in wide-open savannas, such as lions and cheetahs, are longer-limbed, built for running. And did you know that all cats can purr, but only 4 can roar? The lion, leopard, tiger, and jaguar. But there's something all cats have in common. They're extraordinary hunters with big appetites. The Siberian tiger, for instance, needs about 20 pounds of food every day to survive. At one meal, he can consume up to 100 pounds of meat since he doesn't often get to eat every day. That's because 90% of hunts are unsuccessful. Predation is hard work.
With few exceptions, cats are solitary hunters who use their terrific senses of eyesight and hearing to track down their prey. They have strong limbs, sharp claws, and most, like Jasmine here, have long tails.
2 features often help them stalk their prey: patterned fur that helps them blend in with their surroundings, and the ability to creep silently through their habitat. And when they strike, watch out. Big cats are big jumpers. Did you know that tigers can make horizontal leaps of 33 feet? And some leopards can jump more than 10 feet high? Cats really are the perfect hunter and well equipped for the job. Sharp teeth, strong jaws, keen hearing, remarkable vision, muscular bodies, and agile limbs with powerful retractable claws, except for cheetahs, which are used for climbing, lunging, killing, and even scratching. Tiger scratch marks on trees serve as territorial markers. Some can even swim and go fishing. Even the coat of each species is specialized for the hunt. Spots, stripes, light and dark. This camouflage pelt helps cats sneak up on their prey. Leopards are differentiated from all other cats by the rosette-shaped markings on their bodies. Then there's the tiger's coat, orange with vertical black stripes. Those stripes are like human fingerprints. No 2 tigers have the same stripe pattern. They'll hide in dense brush and stalk their prey from behind, ambush style. But they're also expert swimmers. Tigers like the Sumatran seem willing to hunt just about anything, from fish and crocodiles to wild pigs and deer. Tigers hunt at dusk and may travel as many as 20 miles in a single night. That means extraordinary strength, stamina, and of course, night vision. That's right, cats can see up to 6 times better than we do in the dark. So it doesn't take headlights for these guys to cruise at night.
Well, now that we've found out something about some of the wildcats that are out there, let's take a closer look at some of the species who are really in need and who's stepping up to come to the rescue.
Some people are drawn to do the tough jobs. And this is the case with Dr. Lori Marker, founder of the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Based in Namibia, CCF's International Research and Education Center is recognized for its excellence in helping cheetahs and their habitats. And with less than 15,000 cheetahs remaining worldwide, they are in dire need of protection.
The Cheetah Conservation Fund has as a mission to ensure the future survival of the cheetah using integrated approaches in conservation, education, and research. We are multidisciplined in the work that we do and try to work on a lot of levels. And we're working to try to save the cheetah, both here in Namibia, but throughout its entire range.
CCF's current work involves examinations, including blood and tissue samples, to gain information into the animal's medical status, which can shed light on diseases that affect this species. Data on their range, habitat use, and habits are collected from past radio tracking studies, which gives insight into exactly what cheetahs do with their days. Many things are threatening the cheetah population. One factor impacting them is hunting and trapping by regional farmers. Cheetahs are stealthy, swift hunters, and captive farm animals make an easy target, especially when native prey are becoming more and more scarce due to farming and ranching in once wild lands. Livestock are the farmer's source of income, which comes down to his own survival. So CCF has launched an ambitious educational campaign geared toward the local farmers and has worked directly with them to respond to their needs while sparing the lives of the cheetahs. One innovative solution has been to breed dogs, specifically Anatolian Shepherds, and place them with farmers to guard their stock. In addition to training, CCF provides free medical care for the dogs, trains the animals, and teaches the farmers how to provide the best dog care and support. To date, nearly 200 Anatolian Shepherds have been placed as livestock guardians and have had a dramatic impact on reducing the number of wild cheetahs trapped and killed in Namibia.
But not all cheetah conservation is being done overseas.
For over 25 years, White Oak Conservation Center in Florida has been involved in research, rehabilitation, and conservation of a variety of animals and their habitats. From the rare oak hoppy to an assortment of African hoofstock, this Florida preserve has made a mark in wildlife conservation.
Basically, we're working with threatened and endangered species to provide options for the future. You know, there's different opportunities for different species we have here. Each has a strategic plan that's worked out, dedicated what we're going to concentrate on, either research, breeding, conservation, reintroduction. So we look at all those different components.
Partnering with a range of notable organizations, White Oak also joined forces with the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Their mission? Stabilize the cheetah gene pool and bolster the population numbers.
The cheetah is hard to study in the wild. You know, it's a solitary animal, only mother hides the young. By having them where we can look at them and monitor them, and we've learned a lot about their basic needs, we try to provide a linkage between the species we have here and the species in the wild. And the chance of these cheetahs going back to the wild are very slim. But the knowledge we're gathering here does help generate enthusiasm, support for CCF.
A lot of information can be gathered about the cheetahs during this time, which can teach us how best to meet the needs of this species.
There's a lot of research that we do here at White Oak because of the number of animals that we have. We do veterinary research so that we look at some disease issues. We do reproductive physiology research, and we do behavioral research. And we can use that information to go back and see if we can help with any of the problems that they're having in the native habitats in Africa.
When the cheetahs reach a stable age, some are relocated to other facilities.
Every cub that's born, we look at within a 2-year period trying to place them into another zoological institution. The Cheetah Species Survival Plan sets up so that we can look at the genetics of all the individual animals, and then we'll have a better idea of who should be breeding with whom and who shouldn't be breeding with whom, which is very important as well.
White Oak's partnership with the Cheetah Conservation Fund has proven to be a successful merger and has served the cheetah conservation effort on many levels. But White Oak has been successful with another cat species as well, right in their own backyard.
The White Oak Conservation Center began its work in rehabbing Florida panthers in 1986 with the arrival of a male named Big Guy who had been hit by a car and was seriously injured.
Panthers that have been orphaned or injured in the wild are brought to White Oak, where they are treated medically until fit. The Florida panther is highly endangered, with less than 100 animals left in the wild. With numbers this low, the gene pool is limited, affecting the reproductive health of the population.
Habitat loss due to building development and deaths due to car accidents have had a severe impact on the panthers as well.
Since every individual cat is so important to the population, those cats are brought here with the hope of salvaging them and getting them back out into the wild. And we do whatever we can do to make sure that that happens.
Then they're released into a 17-acre heavily wooded enclosure where they are allowed to build up their stamina, During this time, their progress is monitored by video cameras to ensure the panthers can find prey and support themselves. After several months of rehab, the panthers are returned to their home range in South Florida.
A couple of years ago, we had a cat in here that went through 72 surgeries in order to repair one of its legs that had been broken in an accident with a car. And we finally got him back in sound condition, and he was released, and since then he has sired at least 2 litters of offspring that we know of, so apparently his leg's holding up well, and everything's working as it should be. The news just doesn't get any better than that.
Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are active supporters of the Florida panther. In connection with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, they are working towards management of the feline leukemia virus. Information gained from this research will not only help manage the outbreak in the Florida panther, it will also benefit managers of other wildcat populations.
Florida isn't the only place where panthers are found. Out west, where they're also known as cougars or mountain lions, this cat faces its own set of challenges.
Once upon a time, cougars lived all over the American wilderness, boasting the most extensive distribution of any non-human land mammal in the Western Hemisphere. Secretive and solitary, the cougar is rarely seen by humans, though its distinctive call can be heard for miles. East of the Mississippi, however, cougars are generally presumed extinct. As we just saw, only one subspecies survives in the east, the endangered Florida panther. Until the mid-1900s, cougars in the west faced the same predator control pressures that wiped them out of the east, with most states paying bounties for killing cougars. But by the 1960s, public perception had begun to change, and many western states eliminated bounties and placed limits on cougar hunting. Some states have even stronger protection for cougars. California, for instance, banned cougar hunting entirely in 1990. So cougars in the west have fared much better than their eastern counterparts, due largely to vast public lands that support the cats and their prey. But as long as expanding human activities continue to encroach upon their remaining strongholds, the future of this cat will remain uncertain. Have you noticed a recurring theme yet? In order to save the cats, 2 main points keep popping up. 1, protect their habitat, and 2, educate people about the important role of predators in the environment.
As a conservationist, I sometimes wonder why I'm making the world safer for goats. But if you're interested in predator conservation, you have to be interested in livestock conservation, because people kill predators when predators kill livestock. If we want to make the world safe for hyenas and lions, we need to help protect these livestock better.
Dr. Lawrence Frank knows his predators. As head of the Laikipia Predator Project at the Impala Research Center in Kenya, he is a champion in the efforts of livestock management. So what does livestock management have to do with lions? Well, in the past decade, lion populations have been drastically reduced, mostly due to poisoning and shooting of these predators. Native tribespeople have been protecting their livestock for centuries. In the past, there was plenty of prey for lions to hunt, which meant they were less likely to kill livestock. But human population growth and habitat loss has made for poorer conditions and tougher times for predators. With less space and fewer prey, lions are more prone to attack livestock, and local tribespeople have resorted to aggressive measures to protect their herds. The Predator Project takes action by tagging and tracking lions in the region in order to keep tabs on their movements and to identify problem lions that repeatedly attack livestock. Dr. Frank's use of GPS makes this process very effective.
In order to find our lions, to figure out where they're going, how they're using the land in relation to people and livestock, the only way we can do that is to radio collar them and track them from the air.
Busch Gardens has long supported Dr. Frank's research, and I was lucky enough to be able to track lions with Dr. Frank in Africa in person.
Hey, Dr. Frank.
Hey, Julie.
How was your flight this morning?
It was pretty good.
What'd you find?
Found number 50 and 51, which are a pair of females. We've seen them from the air a little while ago, and they had a couple of animals I didn't recognize with them. They're not far from here. I thought maybe late this afternoon we'd take a walk and see if we can lay eyes on them.
Oh, that would be awesome.
It might get interesting.
I can't wait.
Let's do it.
Easier said than done. We trekked through bush and across open savanna, following the beep of the portable tracking device, while Dr. Frank tried to lure them with a distressed animal collar. But no luck in spotting lion 50 or 51. We decided to move deeper into the bush, which eventually paid off. This lion is no more than 15 yards from us, looking at me right in the eyes.
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah, I told you it was going to be fun.
Well, let me tell you, summoning a lion to within 50 feet of you is not for the faint of heart. They're stealthy, unpredictable, and, well, remember that distressed animal collar? These cats were expecting dinner.
These females are really wary. That's as much as we've ever seen of them.
She was a little bit upset, wasn't she?
Yeah, yeah. The last time we did this, she charged us.
A better understanding of how these lions move within their range and gaining insight into how they hunt has helped Dr. Frank find real solutions to livestock predation. The Predator Project offers local farmers viable alternatives to killing lions, such as providing stronger gates on their bomas or corrals, or installing solar-powered electric fences to fend off predators while keeping their livestock and homes safe. Cat conservation is a complex puzzle involving a lot of pieces and many players. Finding answers may not be easy, but with dedicated people and programs, entire communities understand that they can have an impact on the future of a species. On Laikipia Plateau, numbers 50 and 51 have Dr. Frank and the Predator Project to thank for that. Cats have long been hunted and killed for all kinds of reasons. They are killed because they're seen as competitors for prey. They are killed because they've taken livestock. They're killed to clear land for development. They're killed for sport. They're killed for the fashion trade. And they're even killed for their body parts, used for health remedies in some countries. The loss of cat habitat has reached dangerous levels as the human population continues to soar.
You know what? Their problem is also our problem. The decline of a carnivore, such as a cat, changes the entire balance of an ecosystem. Let's take a look.
Cats are linked to their prey, who in turn are linked to one another through competition for food. Changes in this food chain directly affect our environment, which means this directly affects us.
And none of the big cats are safe, not even the biggest feline of all.
Some experts say the Sumatran tiger could be the first large mammal to go extinct in the 21st century. Tigers once roamed from Russia to the Indian Ocean and across the Far East, but are now only found in small pockets of Asia. 3 of the original 8 tiger subspecies, the Bali, Javan, and Caspian, have become extinct in the past 70 years. And the 5 remaining subspecies, the Bengal, Sumatran, Amur or Siberian, Indo-Chinese, and South China, are all threatened by poaching and habitat loss. The total wild population of these remaining tiger subspecies has been estimated to be as few as 5,000. World Wildlife Fund is making a difference. They're making extreme efforts to preserve the tiger's habitat and implement anti-poaching patrols throughout Asia. Rangers remove snares and traps from designated parks, and suspects are taken into custody for police investigation. World Wildlife Fund field officers followed up on arrests, monitor progress of investigations, and draw media attention to pressure courts to act responsibly in sentencing. Since 2001, Busch Gardens and SeaWorld have contributed over $100,000 to World Wildlife Fund's tiger conservation efforts, and this important partnership will definitely continue.
There's only 5 of 8 tiger subspecies existing still in the wild, and SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is helping World Wildlife Fund to protect them. If you take the Sumatran tiger, for example, that lives on the island of Sumatra in Indonesia, there are only 400 of these animals left in the wild, and Sumatra, the island that they live on in Indonesia, is home to the most threatened rainforest on Earth. So SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is supporting World Wildlife Fund to do real work in real places and achieve real results in tiger conservation.
So what else can be done to help preserve cats and their habitats?
To begin with, the habitats where cats live must be preserved. Laws that protect cat species and their prey must be passed and enforced. Ways need to be found to meet the needs of cats and humans, especially in areas where farming, ranching, and human settlements are moving into cat habitats. It's also important to support breeding programs in zoological parks to maintain a gene pool that can help wild populations when needed. Some people feel these animals can be kept as pets, which is never a good idea.
You know, wild animals as pets never work out. We have 2 facilities full of them to prove that theory. People see some animal that they think is really cool, and instead of expressing their love by helping that animal, they think to themselves, I want to own it. And then they find a way, usually against the law, to bring one of these critters into their house and figure out real quick that these animals belong in the wild.
Busch Gardens recently became home to 2 rescued tiger cubs.
The 2 orange tigers were actually a rescued animal from a private owner. They were in good condition and they were about 12 weeks old when they came in. We actually took them down to the nursery. It took a lot of time. We actually had to come in the middle of the night and bottle feed them. And when they were about a year old, we actually introduced them to our white tigers.
So then what can you do? How can you help cats bounce back from their population lows, protect them in the wild, and give them hope for the future? There's actually a lot you can do from wherever you are.
A major threat to cats is the loss of their habitat through deforestation. So buy recycled paper. Stay informed and spread the word about why big cats are so cool and why they're in trouble. World Wildlife Fund announced their most recent Pennies for the Planet campaign, which is an educational and fundraising program that gets kids involved hands-on in conservation. Their 2005 focus is big cats, so check out their website and download their newsletter.
Here's something else. Don't buy medicines, trinkets, or skins of wildcats, or things made from resources found in their habitats. Get to know how your buying habits impact the environment around the globe. And remember, education can make a huge difference.
This facility in California, Zoo to You, is a nonprofit organization that teaches kids of all ages about wildlife and the environment. Zoo to You is also a cat refuge, helping to teach people about the plight of these magnificent creatures. We've looked at several organizations coming together in the name of cat conservation. Pick one and get behind their cause. There are so many ways to support conservation, and you know, anyone, anywhere can get involved.
They say that cats have 9 lives. Well, if that's true, then most of the world's big cat species are probably on number 9 already. The extinction of wildcats would be a tremendous loss to the world. The importance of their ecological role as predators is huge, and it's essential that we make every effort to prevent that from happening. After all, it's the human race that's responsible for their decline, and it's humans who can save them. Humans like you and me. From SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Cat Story.
I'm Kenan Thompson, but I play Fat Albert in the live-action film based on Bill Cosby's hit show. On this episode of NASA Connects, you'll learn about the science concepts of work and energy. You will also see how we can use algebra to help explain both concepts. NASA engineers and scientists will introduce you to exciting and innovative space propulsion technologies of the future. And in your classroom, you'll apply your math and science skills by conducting a really cool hands-on activity. So stay tuned as host Jennifer Pulley takes you on another exciting episode of NASA Connect, Rocket to the Stars.
Jennifer Pulley, and welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA. Imagine it's the year 2040. You and a team of international scientists are part of the exploration crew that will begin construction of the first human base on Mars. You are laying the groundwork for the next generation of explorers to explore Mars and beyond. It's not an easy task, but you are up to the challenge. All your years of schooling, training, and hard work have finally paid off. Does it sound like a fantasy to you? Actually, it's not. NASA is ready to make the next step to exploring the solar system and beyond, and they need your help. NASA is looking for bright, young engineers, scientists, and researchers who will make the new vision for space exploration a reality. For you, it starts right now, in the classroom. Now, during the course of this program, you will be asked to answer several inquiry-based questions. After the questions appear on the screen, your teacher will pause the program to allow you time to answer and discuss the questions. This is your time to explore and become critical thinkers. Students working in groups, take a few minutes to answer the following questions. 1. What comes to mind when you think of work? 2. How are work and energy related? 3. What are some forms of energy? Briefly describe them and give examples of each. It is now time to pause the program and answer the questions. So guys, how did you do with the questions? Great job. Okay, let's get started. So, what is work? Well, most people would say they are working when they do anything that requires a physical or a mental effort. Now, in scientific terms, work is the use of force to move an object a certain distance. More specifically, to do work on an object, some part of the force you exert must be in the same direction as the object's motion. Let's look at the following two examples. On the left side, Norbert is lifting a stack of textbooks from the floor. And on the right side, he is carrying the stack of textbooks. Note the direction of the applied force and motion for each example. In which example is Norbert actually doing work? If you said the left side, you are correct. Why isn't Norbert doing work in the example on the right? Well, because no part of the applied force is in the same direction as the object's motion. When the force is in the same direction as the motion, we can determine the amount of work being done on an object by multiplying force times distance. What are the units for work? You know that force is measured in newtons, and distance can be measured in meters. The product of a force measured in newtons and the distance measured in meters is a measurement called a Newton meter, or the joule. The joule is the standard unit used to measure work. 1 joule of work is done when a force of 1 Newton moves an object 1 meter. Do you have any idea how much a joule of work is? I I know. Let's take an apple, which weighs about 1 Newton. Now, if you lift the apple from the floor to your waist, which is about 1 meter, you do 1 joule of work on the apple. But what happens if I want to lift 100 apples? For me, that would take a lot of force, and I don't think I have enough energy to do that. Let's go back to our example with the apple. Now, I easily have enough energy to lift this apple from the floor to my waist, and I know I'm doing work on the apple as I lift it. So there must be a relationship between work and energy, right? When I lifted the apple from the floor, I caused a change. In this case, the change is in the position of the apple. An object that has energy has the ability to cause change, or the ability to do work. When I worked on the apple, some of my energy was transferred to the apple. You can think of work then as the transfer of energy. As I lifted the apple from the floor to my waist, the apple gained energy. You know, guys, energy has many forms, and we'll get to your list in just a few minutes. But first, let's focus on 2 forms of energy: potential energy and kinetic energy. Let's take a look at each. If I hold the apple still in my hand, does the apple have energy? Careful, not all forms of energy involve movement. Well, this apple has stored energy. We call it potential energy. Holding the apple like this gives the apple the potential to fall to the ground. Now, if I release the apple falls. The potential energy changes into kinetic energy. It is pretty obvious when an object has kinetic energy. As long as the object is moving, it's said to have kinetic energy. What's more difficult to determine is how much potential energy an object has. Let's go back to our example with the apple. The potential energy of this apple really depends on height. How high or low my hand is from the ground. We call this type of potential energy gravitational potential energy. Gravitational potential energy depends on mass, gravitational acceleration, and height. Near the Earth's surface, gravitational potential energy, or GPE, is equal to the product of mass, gravitational acceleration, and height. Remember that G is the acceleration caused by Earth's gravity, which at sea level equals 9.8 meters per second squared. Let me show you an example. Suppose a satellite has a mass of 293 kilograms, and we lift it to the top of Mount Everest. What is the gravitational potential energy of the satellite? Well, what do we know? We know mass is equal to 293 kilograms. Gravitational acceleration is equal to 9.8 meters per second squared. And we know the height of Mount Everest, which is approximately 8,850 meters. Let's write the equation for gravitational potential energy. GPE equals mgh. Substituting in our values for mass, acceleration due to gravity, and height, we get GPE equals the product of 293 kilograms, 9.8 meters per second squared, and 8,850 meters. The answer turns out to be approximately 25 million. Don't forget, I need to assign a unit to that number. Units are very important when explaining scientific concepts. Do you have any idea what the unit for energy is? Let's figure it out. The original equation for GPE is mgh. Mass times gravity is equal to weight, and weight is measured in newtons. Remember, weight is a force. Therefore, the unit for gravitational potential energy is the Newton meter. Do you remember from earlier in the program what a Newton meter is equivalent to? Well, if you said 1 joule, you're on the ball. 1 Newton meter is equivalent to 1 joule. Wait a minute. Work is also measured in joules. I think we just showed mathematically how energy and work are related to each other. Now let's go back to kinetic energy. How much kinetic energy do you think an object, say, like a rocket, depends on? The kinetic energy of an object depends on both its mass and its velocity. The mathematical relationship between kinetic energy, mass, and velocity is Ke equals 1/2 mv squared. Notice that the velocity is squared in the equation. Remember, guys, the number 2 is called an exponent. The exponent tells you how many times a number or base is used as a factor. For example, 2 squared is equal to 2 times 2, which equals 4. 3 squared is equal to 3 times 3, which equals 9, and so on. The term v squared equals v times v. So, are you ready to try a problem involving kinetic energy? Here's one for you. Norbert's Mars rover, with a mass of 210 kilograms, is traveling on the surface of Mars at a speed of 6 meters per second. Zot's rover, with a mass of 170 kilograms, is traveling on the surface of Mars at 8 meters per second. Predict which rover has more kinetic energy. Then verify your prediction mathematically. You may now pause the program. So did you make the correct prediction? Let's double check your work. Solving for the kinetic energy of Norbert's rover, we have kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times 210 kilograms times 6 meters per second quantity squared. The kinetic energy of Norbert's rover is equal to 3,780 joules. Solving for the kinetic energy of Zot's rover, we have kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times 170 kilograms times 8 meters per second quantity squared. The kinetic energy of Zot's rover is equal to 5,440 joules. So, comparing the two values, we see that the kinetic energy for Zot's rover is greater than the kinetic energy for Norbert's rover. We now know that an object may possess both kinetic energy and potential energy at the same time. Let's go back to our example with the apple. Any object that rises and falls experiences a change in its kinetic and potential energy. Let's look at this energy transformation as I toss the apple into the air. When the apple moves, it possesses kinetic energy. As it rises, it slows down. Its kinetic energy decreases. Because the height increases, its potential energy increases. At the highest point, the apple actually stops moving. At this point, it no longer has kinetic energy, but it has maximum potential energy. As the apple falls, the kinetic energy increases and the potential energy decreases. No matter how energy is transformed or transferred, all of the energy is still present somewhere in one form or another. This statement is known as the law of conservation of energy. As long as you account for all the different forms of energy involved in any process, you will find that the total amount of energy never changes. In other words, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It just changes form. So, do you think you have a pretty good idea of what work and energy, specifically potential and kinetic energy, are all about? Well, good, because now it's time to preview this program's hands-on activities. The NASA Explorer School students from Martinsville Middle School in Martinsville, Virginia, will preview this program's hands-on activity.
Hi, NASA Connect asked us to show you this program's hands-on activity.
In this activity, students will do an inquiry investigation on the relationship between the height from which a marble on a ramp is released and the distance a milk carton at the end of the ramp is moved along the floor after the ball collides with the carton.
You can download a copy of the Educator's Guide from NASA Connect website for directions and a list of materials.
Before you start the activity, your teacher will ask you to answer and discuss several critical thinking questions based on the experimental setup. Set up the ramp by using tape to mark one end 0.7 meters high and place an empty milk carton at the other end of the ramp so that it will catch the marble after it rolls down the ramp. You will roll a marble from 5 different measured heights. Line up a meter stick on the floor along the distance that the milk carton will travel after being hit by the marble. Starting at the first height marked on the ramp, release the marble down the ramp. On the data collection chart under Trial 1, record the linear distance that the milk carton travels after the marble hit it. You will conduct 4 more trials. Record the distance the milk carton travels. Calculate and record the average distance the milk carton traveled. Continue the experiment by increasing the height from which you drop the marble by 0.1 meter each time. Students will analyze their data by calculating the potential energy that the marble has at each height and the kinetic energy that the marble has at the end of each roll. Now is your chance to put your algebra skills to the test. Keep in mind that for this activity, you will need to ignore energy lost because of friction. Based on the data you collect, you will graphically show the relationship between the height from which the marble is dropped and the distance the carton is moved. From the graph, select another designated height and predict how far the milk carton will move if the marble is released. Go ahead and test your prediction. Were you correct?
Don't forget to check out the web activity for this program. You can download it from the NASA Connect website.
Now that you have a basic understanding of energy, let's hear about some innovative propulsion technologies that NASA is developing for future space exploration. And don't forget, you are the future explorers.
Thanks, Jennifer. Space is big. Distances to Mars and beyond are so large that when using today's spacecraft technology, we can only send relatively small spacecraft. In other words, distance affects the mass that we can send. NASA is working on a new way of powering space vehicles that will enable us to send more complex spacecraft to Mars, Jupiter, and beyond, and may even shorten the travel time. The new program is called Prometheus. It will provide a giant leap in our ability to explore our solar system. The program focuses on using nuclear power in long-distance spacecraft. The nuclear power system will create electricity that will be used for 2 things. One job will be to propel the spacecraft. The other will be to provide power for the instruments on board. This capability will let NASA send spacecraft to places that we currently want to reach. It would also allow us to do more scientific work when the spacecraft reaches its destination and could even help speed up travel through the solar system. Many space missions have used nuclear power. The farthest known man-made object is the nuclear-powered spacecraft called Voyager 1. This probe has been used for over 26 years. It is now over 8 billion miles away. That's more than twice the distance from the Sun to Pluto. Remember, earlier in the program, Jennifer asked you to list some forms of energy? On my list, I have mechanical energy, thermal energy, chemical energy, electromagnetic energy, and nuclear energy. Project Prometheus will be using nuclear energy to help power the spacecraft. Nuclear energy is the energy stored in the nucleus of an atom. In a nuclear reaction, a tiny portion of an atom's mass is turned into energy. Scientists are studying 2 different ways of using the energy stored within the nucleus of an atom. The first approach is to take an atom that is naturally very unstable, which means that the atom wants to change into a different, more stable atom. During this change, the atom releases tiny particles causing the material to heat up. This process is known as radioactive decay. The released particles are called radiation. The heat that is released can be harnessed and converted to electrical energy. This energy can then be used to power the spacecraft systems. It is called radioisotope decay. The second approach is to break apart the nucleus of the atom to release even more energy than radioactive decay. This process is called nuclear fission. It is used in nuclear power plants all around the world to produce electricity. Nuclear fission systems can generate large amounts of power. Think of this comparison. A radioisotope power system could create enough power to light a few light bulbs. A nuclear fission power system could create enough energy to power a laundromat. This increased amount of energy means that a nuclear fission energy system could do more than just power a spacecraft's scientific instruments. It could also be used to run the engines that propel the rocket. NASA hopes to use this technology soon. In fact, it's already working on the first probe to use this technology. This probe is the Prometheus 1 mission. This mission will use a nuclear fission system. This system would provide energy for both spacecraft electrical power and propulsion. Prometheus 1 would orbit 3 of the larger moons of Jupiter: Callisto, Ganymede, and Europa. Europa is one of our solar system's most fascinating celestial bodies. Europa's surface is completely covered in ice, but scientists believe that the solar system's largest oceans could be hidden under that ice. If oceans are indeed present, there is a possibility that life could be found there. The Prometheus 1 mission will be finding answers to the mysteries of these moons. One day, the same power and propulsion systems used on Prometheus 1 could be used to send probes to other far-off places. These systems will even be used to support human missions to explore the solar system and beyond. Back to you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Anita. Sounds pretty cool. You know, NASA is working on another propulsion technology. It's called Vasimir. Dr. Franklin Chang Diaz can tell us more about that technology.
Thank you. My name is Franklin Chang Diaz, and I'm an astronaut and director of the Advanced Space Propulsion Laboratory. I would like to share with you another possible advanced space propulsion technology that we've been working on for many years. It is called the Variable Specific Impulse Magnetoplasma Rocket, or Vasimir for short. This new engine would allow for much faster space travel than what we can do today. Vasimir is a plasma-based propulsion system. Do you remember the 4 states of matter? They are solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. You can go from one state to the other by adding or subtracting heat from the material. Take water, for example. Its solid state is ice. Add heat and you get liquid. Add more heat and you get gas or vapor. If you add even more heat to the gas, the atoms in it get torn or broken. Remember, each atom is sort of like an egg. It has a central nucleus, the yolk, with positive particles in it called protons, and a blanket, the white, of negative charged particles called electrons in it. When the atom gets torn, these charges are free to roam around every which way. Scrambled eggs. Such a mixture of charged particles is called plasma. Plasmas are very hot, with temperatures of hundreds of thousands to millions of degrees. The sun and the stars are made of plasma. Plasmas are very good conductors of electricity, and they respond very well to electric and magnetic fields. We use these properties to heat them and also to confine them and use their extreme heat to produce awesome rocket propulsion. Electric fields heat the plasma and speed it up. Magnetic fields direct the plasma in the right direction as it is pushed out of the engine. This creates thrust for the spacecraft. Possible fuels for the Vasimir engine could include hydrogen, deuterium, helium, nitrogen, and others. The use of hydrogen as a fuel for the project would also have other benefits. Hydrogen can be found all throughout space. This means we are likely to find plentiful supplies of fuel everywhere we go, and we could refuel the spacecraft for the return trip to Earth. Also, strong magnetic fields and liquid hydrogen make for great radiation shields. This means the hydrogen fuel for the Vasimir engine, as well as the magnet technology we are developing for it, could both also be used to protect the astronaut crew from dangerous radiation exposure during the flight. This is how technology developed for one thing can also be used for another equally important purpose. To heat and accelerate the plasma in deep space flights, Vasimir will use electricity from nuclear power. Vasimir is still years away from transporting humans and cargo to Mars and beyond. Remember the scenario that Jennifer gave you at the beginning of the program. Our team can only take this advanced technology so far, and then it will be up to you. Your generation will make this space propulsion system a reality. Some of you may one day fly on it and become the astronauts that will build the first base on Mars. I've been in space 7 times, but you will be the astronauts who will get a chance to explore the moon, Mars, and beyond. You are the next generation of explorers. So, good luck. Back to you, Jennifer.
My thanks to Dr. Chang Diaz. You know, I can't wait for the day when we receive the first transmission from people on Mars. And maybe you'll be one of them. Well, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this program possible. Got a comment, question, or suggestion? Well, email them to connect@lark.nasa.gov. And don't forget to check out this program's Student Challenge. You can find it on the NASA Connect website. So until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and NASA. And maybe we'll see you on Mars.
On this special edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we focus on our world-class aerospace department. Governor Bill Lee joined President Sidney McPhee and Chairman Steve Smith to confirm plans for our almost $100 million aviation campus being built at the Shelbyville Municipal Airport. We chat with MTSU alum and current graduate student Sean Logan about his work as a flight instructor and our DA-40 planes. And we share news about our partnership with Southwest Airlines, providing an accelerated pathway for our students to become first officers. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue's special edition on MTSU's aerospace program. I'm Andrew Ottman. Governor Bill Lee joined President Sidney McPhee, Chairman Steve Smith, and other state and local officials on September 21st to confirm our plans for an almost $100 million aviation campus being built at the Shelbyville Municipal Airport. The new base of flight operations for our flight school is sorely needed, as the demand for pilots has expanded both opportunities and enrollment for our aerospace department. Listen in as Governor Lee and others outline how this ambitious project was set into motion.
Join me in giving a warm Blue Raider, true blue, round of applause to our great governor.
What an important day this is for the university, what an important day it is for Tennessee, and for Shelbyville and Bedford County, who have advocated for this and have created an environment for it to work. And this is really important to this community. I've been here multiple times here in the last few months, and there is a lot going on right here in Bedford County. And this is one of the biggest things to happen here in some time. So it is an important day of celebration. And I'm here because I get to participate in events that highlight the fact that we live in the best state in the country, that we live in a state that is one of the fastest growing economies in the country, that has the fiscal policy in place to make things like this happen and possible. What we have in this program at MTSU is unique to the country. It's one of the leading aerospace programs in America. We should invest in it because it is developing a workforce that is in desperate need across this country. And, you know, it's particularly in need in the state of Tennessee. All of these graduates have job opportunities. We don't have enough of them. And besides that, we're growing so fast, we have such an economic activity going on in this state that Southwest, for example, there's decisions like Southwest Airlines who decide to put their crew base in Nashville. That is a very big deal. It moves 600-700 flight attendants to Nashville, or it opens up flight attendant jobs in Nashville. 200 pilots for Southwest will be based out of Nashville, which speaks to the reason why we need to be developing programs like this. So I could go on and on about, I'm really proud of our state, and guess what? It's because of you. I get asked all the time, why do you think more people are moving here? Why do you think companies are coming here in record numbers? Why do you think Tennessee is the envy of most states? And my response is, well, have you met Tennesseans? Do you get out in the communities? Have you been to Shelbyville? Have you interacted with the business people in the private sector and the nonprofits and the churches and the community leaders, have you seen what it's like to live in this state? And when you do, it's like this guy I met last year who came up to me and said, I moved my family here from New York. It feels like I've moved back to America. And that's what you do. That's the kind of environment you've created here. And that's why what's happening in Bedford County is so exciting. And it's why MTSU and what they're doing is so important. And it's why I'm here today, and all these leaders of the General Assembly decided to put some $67 million toward this program, because this matters to Tennessee, it matters to our future. So thank you for having me, sir.
The commitment of these individuals, our corporate partners, our state legislature, our governments, our local and state governments, are really critical for what we are doing to help our students and the aerospace industry. Their involvement highlights the level of support we have and the depth of confidence they have in the future of the Department of Aerospace. I also want to thank the Department of Aerospace faculty and staff. The dedication and hard work of this extraordinary group of individuals are immeasurable, as they all go far above and beyond their calling to support our students. I will rely on their knowledge and their expertise over the next couple of years when we meet with our engineering groups and our architectural groups, and they will be involved in helping us design the spaces, make sure our laboratories are well equipped, make sure that logistics of student scheduling and things like that are taken care of, and also, again, most importantly, taking care of the students during and providing a seamless transition. This is an unprecedented opportunity for the university, the city of Shelbyville, Bedford County, and the state of Tennessee that will set us apart from other collegiate aerospace and aviation institutions. What we are building here today will allow us to expand this program, provide unique opportunities for our students, and brighten the future of aerospace. Our vision is that MTSU will become the premier collegiate aviation institution in supporting the next generation of aviation and aerospace professionals. So thank you for being here.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I am a recipient and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker. I am honest in word and deed.
I am committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I'm a Blue Raider. True Blue.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue's special edition on MTSU's aerospace program. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU alum and current graduate student Sean Logan spent time with us recently to tell us about the DA-40, the futuristic single-engine aircraft that is the mainstay of our flight training fleet. We also talked to him about his work as a flight instructor and how his time as a Civil Air Patrol cadet confirmed MTSU as his college choice. So, Sean, thanks for having me up here today.
Absolutely.
Tell us what you do at MTSU. What's your role in aerospace?
So I'm one of the assistant flight training managers, so I still get to instruct some students, and then I also work here at the airport campus and supervise some instructors as well.
And you're one of our grads, correct?
Yes, sir. I graduated in the spring of 2022.
Wonderful. And your degree was in?
Aerospace professional pilot.
Shouldn't be surprised about that. We've talked about this before, but you're a former member of Civil Air Patrol?
Yes, sir. I started in Civil Air Patrol when I was about 12. That's actually how I discovered the program here at MTSU was on an orientation flight. I got to come to the flight school, got to tour, went to go get lunch here in Murfreesboro at Toots, and flew back home. And for a young 12-year-old, it was kind of crazy to fly halfway across Tennessee in the span of just an afternoon, and kind of planted that seed for the program and wanting to be a pilot.
And now you're training students at one of the nation's top flight schools at a university. You got to meet the National Commander of Civil Air Patrol and show him your aircraft when we were at EAA in Oshkosh. That must have been cool.
Absolutely, it was.
Yeah, that was
kind of cool to look back and see how far I've come.
Yeah, no, it was really fantastic. So let's talk about the DA-40. Tell me about this aircraft we're going to be flying.
Yeah, so this is our primary trainer right here, the Diamond Star DA-40. We operate 38 of these aircraft, and students will do everything from their private pilot, instrument rating, commercial pilot, and flight instructor certificate all on this aircraft here. So this is our main workhorse of the fleet.
So what's the main attributes about this plane? Brag on it a little bit.
Yeah, so two best things about this airplane, probably its nice, long, narrow wingspan. It's a really stable training platform, as well as our nice bubble canopy there with good visibility out of it, and full glass cockpit as well. So really good in terms of technically advanced aircraft and giving students the skills that they need for learning the basic skills of programming and setting up the flight management system that translate directly over into the airline type flying.
And it's sweet to fly too, right?
Absolutely, it's a pleasure to fly.
What do I need to be paying attention to when we're going to be flying here?
We'll go out, fly around the Murfreesboro area. We'll take you over campus. We'll do some circles over the top of campus, get a good, nice bird's eye view. We'll come back here in the pattern and we'll get to do some landings.
All right, let's get in the plane. Let's do this.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
All right, so we're gonna run through our pre-flight checklist here. So before y'all got here, we already ran through the weather, weight and balance and all that. We've already got the aircraft cover off. Master batteries coming on. Any questions on the passenger briefing?
Sounds good.
Sweet, all righty. Sit back.
What's next?
All right, so we got safety belts fastened, baggage secured, rear door and front canopy closed and latched. Trim is at takeoff, fuel selector, desired tank, they're both full. Throttle idle, prop forward, mixture lean, friction lock adjusts. That's good right there. Go ahead and set this parking brake right there and mute that. Alternate air is closed, alternate static is closed. Central bus switch off, even on master off. Master battery is on. Cockpit lighting, go ahead and turn that off right there. Before engine start checklist is complete. All right, go air prop. So we've got these two screens here. This is our primary flight display here. It's going to have all of our primary instrumentations on it. And this is our multi-function display, so it's going to have items such as our engine instruments here and moving map as well there.
You know, one of the things I hear everybody talking about is the fact that this is a glass canopy and it really provides this amazing view when you're flying, right? That's got to be a great selling point for this aircraft.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the low wing design. It provides really good overall visibility, which is not only nice to look outside, it's also a really good safety measure as well to be able to spot other airplanes and have good situational awareness.
What would you tell a prospective student in evaluating a flight school, and what were the choices that led you to confirm that this is the right place to be?
I'd say the first thing to look at is safety. Our school has a very strong safety culture. The next would be price, and that's another reason why I ended up choosing this program was its affordability. And then lastly, the fleet. I really like the VA-40. I fell in love from the first flight with the Diamond. It flies and handles great. And it's an excellent training platform for any new and potential students and even experienced pilots alike. When I originally came to the program, all I really thought I wanted to do was come through the program, become an airline pilot, and it really wasn't until I started instructing that I realized all the different possibilities that there are. I found great community here. We're a large flight school, but we still maintain that close, tight-knit community, and it's really easy to find your people here.
Great job.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars, no matter what they pursue. We do it all. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it get too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue for our special edition on MTSU's aerospace program. I'm Andrew Ottman. The university was proud to recently welcome pilots and representatives from Southwest Airlines back to campus as we announced MTSU Aerospace as a partner in the new Destination 225 program. Also at the event was Southwest First Officer and MTSU alum Chris Collins. He spoke about how MTSU Aerospace helped him land his job at one of the nation's top carriers.
We're excited. We are truly excited to celebrate our selection as one of 16 of the nation's top collegiate flight training programs. Destination 225 University Pathway was designed for students interested in pursuing a 4-year degree that will lead toward a career as an outstanding Southwest airline pilot. And once selected, students continue to work on their degree and flight training while receiving guidance and a direct path to become a great Southwest Airlines first officer in as little as 2 years after graduation. And I want to add that this program makes it accessible, cost-effective, it's innovative, and of course, it's accelerated route for students to land a job flying at a major carrier while pursuing a degree. And MTSU inclusion in Destination 225 project has been one of the things that elevated our aerospace program to even greater heights, or shall we say, higher altitude.
I am extremely humbled and honored to be here today. I can't even begin to express how it feels to come back. Has anyone in here ever heard the term full circle moment in life? Yeah. That's one of those moments where I think in life we tend to either look forward or we look backwards in life for the most part. And it's very rare in life where you can just sit there and absorb it. So right now I'm just going to take a step back and absorb this because it's so cool. 20 years later, after going to school here, to come back and be able to have the opportunity to do something like this, absolutely amazing. It's been a fantastic journey. Coming out here, this campus, noticing the campus after 20 years, how much has grown. It's been pragmatic. It's been pragmatic growth that I've seen here. And it's done from, I think, altruistic roots, right? Giving back to the community in a way by allowing us to all go out and seek employment in the industry. And I'm a member of the Blue Raiders, right? This was the bedrock, the foundation to my career, all started here. First of all, you're one of the best, if not the best, aerospace departments in the United States, which by default would make it in the world as well, right? And that's because of your professionalism, and that's both the professors and the students as well. I can't tell you how many times I've ridden on a jump seat or the flight deck of another airline, or even my own at Southwest, and it's another Blue Raider that's there. And we have that in common. We have that kinship, that bond, right? But that professionalism's there. But beyond that, the thing that really inspires me is something that Herb Kelleher used to talk about, which is called the Golden Rule. Anyone hear about the Golden Rule? Anyone know what that means? Okay, the Golden Rule is you want to treat other people as you want to be treated, right? And there was not a single professor here at my time at MTSU. There wasn't a single student that I've run into in my professional career that went to MTSU that didn't live by the Golden Rule. And that's what Herb Kelleher promoted at Southwest Airlines and still lives today there. So there are two direct parallels within the industry between Southwest Airlines and between MTSU. And the other thing is, the other parallel that's really fascinating to me is that I haven't run into arrogant people here, right? You are salt of the earth. The people that I run into, they're themselves, right? There's no pomp and circumstance or arrogant attitudes that I see. And at Southwest, we tend to have the same attitude as well. So these parallels run deep. I'm excited to see the synergy between Southwest Airlines and between MTSU. Now, beyond that, I have one story I want to tell. It's really quick. Has anyone ever heard the name Reese Howell? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Reese Howell, for those of you that don't know, I'm going to explain who Reese Howell is. He's affected the lives of countless graduates and students at Middle Tennessee State University. He owned and operated an MU2 school. Has anyone heard of Contour? Yes. Okay, Contour. So Contour kind of came from him because he started corporate flight management, and then his sons took it over. But anyways, the point is I worked at corporate flight management, both on the ramp, and then I eventually flew Jetstreams for them back in the day. And I used to wash Reese's airplane. He had a Citabria, a tail dragger. I used to wash his plane in exchange for flight time and to get a tailwheel endorsement, because I thought that would be really cool. But at the end of the day, I didn't feel right about it. I didn't feel that it was a fair exchange. And I remember thanking him. I'm like, I really feel like this isn't enough, just washing your plane for this. What can I do? And he said, well, you can make a promise to me. And the promise is that one day, when you have the ability to help someone else out in aviation, you do that. And that was probably the most profound thing that anyone had told me up to that point in my life. And it stuck with me. So I want to challenge everyone in this room that when you have the opportunity to help someone out in aviation, that you do it, okay? Just make that happen, right? Because it's gonna come back full circle and it's gonna help you. And I have countless stories and I could be here forever telling countless stories about how it's come back to repay me. But I wanna challenge you to do the same. And now is my opportunity. Reese is retired, unfortunately, fantastic human being. But I now can say that I'm going to be able to say that I kept good on his promise by being able to provide mentorship within this program. Anyone that wants to sign up for the program joins it, or anyone that's just interested in aviation, you can get my contact info, and I'd be glad to talk to you about it and my experiences. I wish you all the best, and again, I'm honored and humbled to be here right now. Thank you so much.
And that does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. You can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Hello, LaVergne. It's Jason Cole, Mayor for the City of LaVergne. Wanted to touch base with you and let you know about canvassing for our special census that's beginning soon. What that means for you is representatives from the city will be coming and knocking on your door. They will ask your address, how many people are in the house, and names. That's all that's required for the special census. They'll be wearing shirts similar to what I have on, or they will have a special lanyard as well that designates them as a canvasser. Each home we're asking to participate with this. Why we're wanting that is because each individual for the city is $170 in state shared revenue. This money helps fund our local police, fire, roads, and various other infrastructure for our city. To have an accurate account means that we will have the accurate amount coming in from the state. Each home is only requested to do one form. If you don't want a canvasser to come to your home, you can go on LaVergne37086 or scan our special QR code and go ahead and complete that online. The census will be going from now through February 2024.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today. We're on the farm. Emily's going to help me co-host today. Emily Buck, our Director of Communications and Outreach. Glad she's here with us today, but we're in kind of in an area you're familiar with, right?
Yeah, before I came to TWA, agriculture was my bread and butter. So for our folks listening, we've got a great view of some rolling green hills, some cows off to our side, and we're really excited to be on the farm today.
Yeah, I am too. Today is all about precision ag, and we're going to be talking with folks from Pheasants Forever, Quail Forever, about how you can turn red acres to green acres. And we're going to learn about all of that and what that is, and I'm excited to have Jacob Taylor with us today. He works for Quail Forever, and then Jeremy Fowler has graciously let us come onto his farm, interrupt his farming time. He's got to get back out to the tractor, so we better speed this along today, but we appreciate you guys having us.
Absolutely excited to be here.
And happy birthday. I know this show will air later, but happy birthday.
Thank you.
He says he doesn't stop working. He has to keep working on his birthday. Part of it, I guess, right?
Another day.
Yeah. Well, today I've touched on it. It's all about precision ag and the technology behind agriculture and ways that you can improve your property for wildlife when there's not so much profitable acres on those
exactly.
edges and things like that. So today we're going to dive into some of that. But first, I want to learn about you guys. So Jacob, we'll start with you, buddy. Tell us about yourself and what your role is and kind of how you got to where you are today.
Yep. Well, I grew up in a farmer family and community kind of down the road from here in Trenton, Tennessee. And I graduated a couple years ago and was hired on by Pheasants and Quail Forever as a precision ag specialist, which when you talk about Pheasants and Quail Forever, that's probably not the first thing that you think about.
Right, yeah.
As an organization, there's a whole conservation delivery team. It's very diverse and numerous, everywhere from farm bill biologists to precision ag specialists. We got people working in rangeland and grazing. So there's a lot of people working on the ground for Pheasants and Quail Forever. But specifically regarding precision ag, this is a movement or an initiative that Pheasants and Quail Forever is taking on where we can help farmers take advantage of the data they collect and during harvest, during planting season, and use that to identify areas in the field that are underproducing for whatever reason. Maybe it's shade, water, there's perennial wet spots, odd areas that are just hard to farm. Farm equipment's getting big now, and it's hard to farm some of these smaller areas. And so these areas that the yield isn't high enough to exceed the input costs, we're losing money on those acres. So
Gotcha.
Are there some alternate land use covers, wildlife covers that we can use and put on the ground that benefit wildlife but also benefit the bottom line?
Okay, awesome. All right, well, we'll dig more into that as we get going. Jeremy, thank you for having us. Tell us a little about yourself. You're a lifetime farmer, right?
Yes, sir. Row crop producer here in West Tennessee, Atwood, Tennessee. Born and raised like 2 miles down the road here. Been farming since '97. We raise corn, wheat, soybeans, cattle, and kids. So that's the main thing. I've got 2 teenagers, a wife named Brittany. She works in the local school system. We tied up with Jacob. We was doing a lot of this stuff before he came along, but he kind of brought a new level to it, I guess you should say. And introduced me to some new programs and different things. And we're conservation minded. We hunt and believe in putting back, and have a place for wildlife to thrive, plus us to thrive. So it's kind of a balance, and it's been good for us.
Very cool. Yeah, that's awesome to hear. And before the show, we were chatting. Your son plays football, and I'm sure is he doing well this season?
He is. He's had a great season. My daughter's a cheerleader. My son plays football,
awesome.
And we're busy people.
I bet.
This time of year, very busy.
Yeah. Well, farming's a full-time job, especially folks like you that do it this way. I got a lot of hobby farmers and stuff out there, but it's it's a lifelong passion, and
Right,
yeah,
right. It's a way of life. It's you have to live it and love it to do it. So
yeah, definitely.
Well, and farmers are really the original stewards of the land and of the earth. And when you think about those kids, I
Correct.
bet you're hoping one day they come back and keep farming.
We
And
are.
sustainability lets you do that.
We are. Don't push them either way. Tell them all the time, do whatever you want to do. We'll support you. But at the same time, really, really hoping maybe one day they'll come back. My daughter's really plugged in right now. She's a junior in high school.
Yeah.
She's wanting to get an ag business degree and do something in agriculture, which we're really excited about. So we'll see what happens.
Sure. Yeah.
But just blessed to get to raise kids in a place like this. On the farm is just a different experience. We have kids come out here all the time and ask us questions that we don't know how to answer because we take for granted what we do every day. We really do.
Yeah,
So,
definitely. That's awesome. Yeah, and there's a lot of great colleges here in Tennessee that focus on wildlife and agriculture, and those two go hand in hand a lot of times. So very cool. All right, well, let's jump in more on how folks can turn red to green here. And you touched on it a little bit there, Jacob, but just dive in a little bit more on how this program works and how a farmer can work with you.
Right. So the topic of this is precision ag, and maybe not a lot of viewers understand maybe what precision ag is. You have to really be on the farm, and a lot of farmers are using that now, but everybody sees the big combines going through the field during the fall, right, or the cotton pickers. Well, as those machines are going through the field, every 1 second they collect a data point, all right, and that data point is collecting how much crop is coming through the combine, whether that's cotton or corn or wheat or soybeans, how much is flowing through the combine. The moisture of that crop, the speed of the combine, the elevation of the land that the combine is passing across. So think about thousands of acres, every data point every 1 second, right? That's a lot of data, right? So how can we use that data and maximize every single acre? And a lot of farms, like we see out here today, when we're harvesting through these fields and we have all this yield data, we know where we're producing high and low in the fields.
Yeah,
and oftentimes farmers know where those areas are, right? You know where you're losing money.
Right.
That yield data helps us identify where we're losing a lot of money, where it makes sense to make a land use change or to take an area out of production and return it to a cover. So that is what, when we're talking about precision ag, turning red acres green, if you take this yield data, you can make a color map, a heat map. It looks like a temperature map, right?
Right.
The red areas are what we call red acres. We're not producing enough to actually produce a really good positive return on investment.
Mm-hmm.
So we take that data, those heat maps, and look at several years of them. We can understand that we're losing money on these certain acres. Well, then what's the solution? Like what options are out there? What can we do with these areas? Do we need to keep farming it? Some landowners want you to keep farming every acre. Sometimes we got to farm it just to be able to farm the good part of the farm, right? Mm-hmm. So you take the good with the bad. But there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of conservation programs and conservation practices out there that can benefit the land and that require management. And so some people might be familiar with the Conservation Reserve Program, or CRP.
Yeah.
And that is a program administered by USDA for farmers and landowners to take those certain areas out of production and return them to a wildlife cover beneficial to different wildlife. And often one that we implement around here, and Jeremy himself has implemented, are buffer strips. Native grasses and wildflowers that are beneficial for wildlife like quail, turkey, quail, turkey, pollinators. A suite of different wildlife use those areas, and those are most time the areas we don't have on the farm, right? We've got trees, we got open crop ground, we're missing some of that in between. Mm-hmm. And so the Conservation Reserve Program, there's a whole bunch of different USDA programs out there. I know TWA offers a Farm Wildlife Enhancement Program.
Yep.
And so there's a lot of different programs, and that's what, as specialists like myself, it's my job to understand the precision ag technology and to understand those programs and where they might fit on the farm and where they're appropriate.
It's all new to me, and probably not to Emily, but we were chatting the other day in the office, and I was like, so we're going to focus on this in the show and talk about the practices they're doing and the technology you mentioned. I never thought about that because I think of a farmer out there on a simple little tractor farming, but it's more than that. I mean, you say you're a simple guy, but the technology that's in your tractor that's counting those, what it's picking up and every data point per acre or per foot probably, that's pretty cool.
If it changes as much in the next 20 as it has in the last 20 years, I won't even go to the field. We'll do everything with a computer and drones. I mean, it's just really advanced and in good ways, but some of us, my generation, have to go back and learn some of this stuff. We wasn't born with computers and then come up with that.
Yeah.
We took typewriting in high school. You know, we didn't even have computer class. You know,
exactly.
But we've had to go back and learn some of that. And I've got some guys that work for me are younger. They catch on really quick, and they're teaching me some of this stuff. So,
yeah.
And people like Jacob and different ones. You know, we're having to learn, but it's user friendly. You know, it's been really good at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Well, you mentioned earlier in the show that you've put these practices in place even before you met Jacob. So you know that was you were already thinking that way, right?
We've been passionate about conservation and wildlife, brought up that way. Mm-hmm. You know, and we are in West Tennessee. We have fence rows, rolling hills. We're not vast land. You know, we have 50-acre fields and 10-acre fields and all kind of different stuff. But yeah, we started taking non-productive acres years ago and putting them in Conscious Reserve Program, CRP, mm-hmm. and seeing a great benefit of that, not only for wildlife, but erosion control and the money side of it. You know, we have to make a living to stay in business just like everybody else. You know, if you've got non-productive acres that you're losing money on, and you can get something out of them, plus benefit the soil from erosion, plus benefit the wildlife. Take example of a farm we was on yesterday harvesting beans. I just noticed I've got 36 landlords plus I own land, so I'm in constant communication with a lot of people, and sure. I've had landlords buy into some of this stuff. They've seen what I've done, and they've bought into some of this stuff. And with Jacob's precision stuff, hey, I can take these yield maps to them and say, hey, we're losing money right here. Mm-hmm. You know, these landlords are on a share or whatever, and that makes a good bargaining point for them. You know, hey, we can benefit the wildlife, we can put money in your pocket, we can actually, and a lot of times they can make more money that way in some kind of buffer program or CRP than they can with me farming it and save the soil and the wildlife. But back to my original, we was on a farm yesterday, landowner, took me a long time to convince him. Front half of his farm was not productive. The back half was great. Mm-hmm. Took me years. 3 years ago, I convinced him. We put the front half in CRP, we still farm the back half, so we have to drive through the CRP. All right, I seen quail, turkeys, and deer yesterday just driving the combine across the CRP. And he come out and he said, man, it's the greatest thing we ever done on my farm. So, I mean, it's really benefiting everybody.
That's awesome.
So it's benefiting me and the landowners, and like I said, erosion's a big thing. We're rolling, big time rolling. These strips and the CRP, it's saving the dirt, you know. It's been a win-win for everybody, and we're passionate about it. You know, we're wildlife people. We like to hunt and like to see wildlife while we're out working. But it really does you good when you see something like I did yesterday. You know, I was thinking about this coming up today and what we was going to talk about, and I said, right there it is. You know, it's just simple. It's right here's what we're trying to do. You know, mm-hmm. We're supposed to be stewards, as you said a while ago, of the land. So it's ever evolving, and there's numerous programs, as he said. He's introduced me to some new ones here in the last couple of years. It's been really good. We're sitting here looking out over my home farm, and we put in some prairie strips last year, and we're seeing a huge benefit already for those. You know, we can sit here and hear quail whistling in the morning a lot of times. You know, and it's just something that's been gone from this area for a long time. So.
I think one of the things that is often kind of tricky sometimes to visualize when it comes to the benefits of conservation, when you're thinking about that bottom line, it's not always an immediate payoff. A lot of times that conservation will pay off as far as yields on a farm, but it does take a while. You know, talk a little bit about just that patience it takes to see some of that conservation pay off.
We're not in a get-rich annually scheme. We're in a lifetime. You know, we're in a lifetime trying to make a living. If successful enough or blessed enough to farm your whole life, have something at the end, you know, and leave something like you said there. You know, it's long-term mindset. It's a mindset. It's long-term. You're not going to see benefits in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You start seeing some stuff and it gradually goes up, you know, but you have to really care about the farm. You know, you have to really care about what you're going to leave behind, what you're doing. Sustainability is a big word these days, you know, in agriculture. Everybody wants to be sustainable, you know, and there's several different ways you could talk about that, but that's how we're being sustainable. You know, we're leaving our dirt or our soil where it's at, you know, and creating wildlife opportunities and different things. But it's the mindset. Like I said, it's not an overnight deal. It's time, you know, which that's you have to have patience. So.
Well, quail is a big topic. People want to see quail come back, And it's obvious, in the last couple shows we've done, we've been like on Bridgestone, Firestone, and we hear the quail out there, and then you're talking about seeing the quail as you drive through the farm. It's awesome to see the work that y'all are putting in on these different areas happen, see the wildlife come back, and it's very cool. And I know it probably tickles you to death to see that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean that's one of the things that if we can help farmers be more profitable, but if we can also get a lot of wildlife benefit and cover out there that's not very abundant, and we can really help quail in that way, it's what you call double benefit. It's when you go out on the farm and you see what you're doing and it's putting it on the ground and there's a wildlife response. I mean, just helping people to be more profitable in the small way that we can. Because, Jeremy's not got, a lot of these farmers are farming big thousands of acres. You ain't got time to sit down and look at every little piece, and you've done a really good job of that. Obviously, you've done this well before we ever came, but seeing that wildlife benefit on the ground, with helping someone be more profitable, it's a really cool thing to see.
And every farm's not the same. It's not a one fix all.
Right.
We're scattered over about a 30-mile circle from right here center.
Okay.
And every farm's different, every landowner's different. So you have to go in with a mindset of different aspects of how we can help this farm, what we can do. And every farm may not have a place for whole farm conservation. Maybe strips like we done here. Every farm's different. But anyway, it's a mindset we're passionate about and seeing benefits out of it in 3 different ways, from economic to wildlife, from erosion. So, we're benefiting.
Yeah.
Well, and you mentioned that mindset. A lot of times it can be pretty tricky to change a mindset that has been on a farm from multi-generations. And you mentioned cover for quail, and one of the things that we sometimes talk about is just not bush hogging as much, to leave some of that natural cover and letting some of those fence rows grow up, which can be really awful hard for a farmer to change their mindset on that one.
Well, generations before me and some of current generations think you need to farm fence row, and take the fence rows out if you can, and that's not the way. Not in my mind, and that may work for some people. It doesn't work for me. I want to be, when you go by and look at farm on equipment, when you're out there working, you're thinking, what are we really doing here?
Mm-hmm.
So there's room for everybody.
Yeah, well, the term we like to use is stop recreational bush hogging.
Yeah. We mow these strips in the CRP once a year. After nesting season, and we've got a schedule. Set schedule every year. We go on. We mow certain farms at a certain time and different things, and by this time of year, they'll grow back up, so they have plenty of cover throughout the winter. So it's we usually do that starting like July, 1st August, when that's our slow time on the farm, so it works out good for us.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, and
it's the manage. You have to manage them too. It's not just you put them out there and let them go. You have to ask them to manage it, because they'll have trees on them that's been around in 3 years and they'll be gone.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
Exactly.
It's a farming practice basically. At the end of the day, it's part of what we do. So.
Yeah, it's used to be called the set aside program, but you're not setting aside. You've got to manage it. A lot of the practices that you've done and a lot of other farmers like yourself in West Tennessee, they're doing. It's not a silver bullet, right?
No.
And so when we talk about managing for quail and other wildlife, there's a lot of variables. Every farm is different. Every farm's got a different history, right? Maybe this farm used to be pasture and now it's cropped, or it's been cropped for 30 years. And that's where our wildlife biologists, I talked about our conservation team.
Mm-hmm.
We work with the USDA local service centers. We work with TWA wildlife biologists in West Tennessee, and I work with those folks. And they're on the ground with landowners and farmers like Jeremy, looking at farms, seeing, what seed do we need to put out there, what might have been out there historically, what herbicide recommendations, what management is best, right? And so I'm not by any means a management expert. I'm just precision ag guy. But we've got our farm bill wildlife biologists. They've got the knowledge of, what management can we do, throwing in a mix of management, burning this year, mowing this year, maybe a farm that's not as highly erosive, doing some strip disking. There's a lot of different management techniques and seed mixes and that are appropriate for the practice that we're doing, and that's where we've got a lot of great partners and great biologists and employees within Quail Forever, USDA, and TWRA. They're all working together to do the same thing, right? And so it's help the people, help the land. So that's
I think that almost everyone would agree, oh, conservation's a good thing, but realistically, there's always going to be some barriers to implementation on a farm, some challenges to overcome. What have you seen as you've met with folks? What have been some of the challenges that y'all have helped them kind of work through? And you're laughing, so I know you've had some challenges, must have.
Well, I mean, there is also a mindset for sort of a program like CRP, years ago when maybe it was set aside and when it wasn't really managed at all, right? And so, like Jeremy talked about, growing up in trees this thick, whenever the idea of putting some of these quail habitat and early successional plantings in place is you should be able to farm that again down the road, right? I mean, that's the type of habitat that back a long time ago when we were farming rotationally, these areas would grow up in grass for a couple of years and they're farmed again, and that was that habitat that we were missing, right? And managing that and not the mindset in some of these programs is that we just need to let it go, right? But managing it as if you're producing a crop for wildlife, and that's one of the mindsets that maybe used to be common, but just understanding that management is, we're not doing as much management as you would do in crop per se, but we need to manage this every year and be on top of it, and that's a mindset that maybe some people have not overcome yet, but there's a lot of adoption in West Tennessee.
Yeah.
In my experience, you have to be, like I said, I've got 36 landlords currently scattered over a 30-mile circle, so deal with a lot of different types of people, some raised on a farm, some not. So that creates a challenge in itself.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But transparency, we've learned, if you will show people and be transparent, they'll buy into what you're trying to, take them yield maps like Jacob's doing. I can take them my yield maps and, okay, this part of the farm right here is not productive. This is 3 years of history where it's not productive. We can't make it productive. We've done everything that we can do to try to make it row crop productive. Well, why don't we look at some conservation stuff to go on those acres? It will help the farm. It will put money in the landowner's pocket, and I don't have to farm it and lose money. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, that's what economics is, what's driving some of this. So,
definitely.
And some of it's receptive, some of it's not. But we've learned with dealing with multiple through the years, it takes a while sometimes, especially these older guys that, hey, we got to farm it.
Yeah.
That's their mindset. We got to farm it, But we put some whole farms in the last 5 or 6 years because we went and showed them, hey, your neighbor's farm over here is making this, and we're making this consecutively. We've got 5 years worth of data right here. Why don't we put this in farm in CRP and help the wildlife? And that's a selling point with some people. Some people it's not. But we're benefiting the land at the end of the day. But it is like I said, but transparency has helped us a lot. Just people want you to be real. They don't want you to, if you take them documents in there and prove what you're trying to do, and get them hooked up with some of these programs, like you said, I help with that too. I don't just say, hey, good luck. I say, hey, we can contact, USDA. They have all kinds of programs. Jacob's got all kinds of programs. Let's see what's best for this farm. See what's best for your situation, and we've got all different kinds. So it's one size don't fit all. Yeah,
that technical assistance is so critical. No one expects anyone to be an expert overnight, and one of the benefit of so many of those USDA programs is they come with incentives to help you bridge the gap on that financial lift to implement some of these practices, including USDA equip to help with some of those different infrastructure needs on a farm.
At the end of the day, it comes down to simple math, and what Jeremy is talking about is that the areas that are lower producing, if you've got an average yield on a farm and you've got very lower producing acres, they are dragging that average yield down, and so when you take them out, you're making actually more on less. And that's that simple math. And when it comes to the programs, that's where we can leverage those unproductive acres to get a payment, right? And so where you're losing money on these acres, you can actually be making them in a program, and that check is always going to come no matter the weather, right? You're going to get that same check, whether it's cost share and an incentive, and all these programs. There's so many opportunities to get cost share, to get an incentive to retire these and manage them differently, not set them aside, but manage them differently, and leveraging those areas. What he's done a great job of. That's really where the bread and butter is with these programs.
We've had areas where conservation will pay the landowner more than I can pay them row cropping it, and that really is a great thing for the landowner, and me.
And they're realizing
I still help them manage, and I'm still managing a lot of conservation for a lot of different people. Just because that we're not row cropping your farm anymore, don't mean I won't help you manage it. We do a lot of management for. Well, we do all the people that I farm for. We do all their all their conservation management for them. Sometimes at no cost, sometimes at a little cost, but like I said, it's they're a guaranteed check. Like Jacob said, they're not worried about the weather, and if they got a low producing farm, it's like this, and it's a win-win for everybody. And I'm not an acre grabber. I want to work the best acres. That's my mindset. I want to work what's going to put money in my pocket and the landlord's pocket. I'm not a numbers guy. I want to row crop what's best to be row cropped for everybody. So,
Definitely.
So,
well, I think it's these incentives and these guys are educated in this, and they have a passion for it, and they can come to your farm, write you a plan. There's a plan. There's the technology behind it that you can see this is going to work, and this is a way to, and as long as you got the equipment, I think it's great that, if you got the equipment, you're already doing it.
Right.
They can write you a plan and just make it happen fairly easy. Right. I mean, and
that helps a lot of landowners. A lot of landowners don't have equipment to do it, and that's where we come in.
Yeah.
To help them bridge that gap in between, how are we going to implement this? They'll come to me with their plan. Some scared to death, like, we don't know what to do. It's like, it's going to be okay. We've got support here. Like I said, we can call some people and see what we need to do. But anyway, it's good.
Yeah.
Well, and at TWRA, we also have private land biologists. You work closely with Chris out here in West Tennessee.
Yep.
Talk a little bit about that partnership and how that really just expands the benefit of a lot of these.
Yeah. So, when I go to a farmer like Jeremy and other farmers that maybe they're not, and you've been working with USDA for a long time, but farmers that aren't, in doing a lot of conservation practices or in the programs that are interested, they want to hear quail again, or, they want to manage for wildlife, but they also want to try to improve their bottom line, just small acres here and there, not big acres. But when I help them identify some acres, and maybe they got some ideas of those areas, I work with somebody like Chris, wildlife biologist that we can sit down and we can come up with a plan. Also, our quail biologists, I know that Jeremy's worked with some of our biologists, Alex Tamboli and Brittany Fires in the past as well. So all of those people that we're working with, we sit down and they can help me understand what's the best to do on this ground based on the landscape position, the site characteristics, the history, all that comes in, and all that's very important when it comes to habitat management. Right. So
that team is growing. You put these two groups together, us and you guys, and it's amazing what can happen.
Absolutely. I mean, we wear a different badge, but we're all doing the same thing. We all work together. We work together with Chris as if he's a QF employee, and everybody else likewise.
Well, if somebody wanted to find information on this, how do they find your contact if they're in West Tennessee?
Well, I mean, every USDA service center has my contact and our wildlife biologist. We have a Tennessee Quail Forever Facebook page. We also have a Quail Forever website, and you can go on there and find my contact and all of our staff on there as well.
Awesome. And if you want to find TWRA habitat biologists, you can find those at tnwildlife.org. They're on under the wildlife section there, and a lot of resources out there.
Absolutely, there's a lot out there.
Especially if you're a Jeremy and you want to implement some of this stuff, and guys like him.
And I'll throw in, it's easy. It's very accessible. If you're interested, you can find some you can find some USDA, Quail Forever. There's all kind of the information and access out there if you're interested. Get with some of those agencies and talk about it.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Well, and TWRA is proud to manage public land, but the reality is the majority of the land in Tennessee is owned by private landowners, so we can't do it without y'all.
They're the movers and shakers.
Yeah,
that's right.
Definitely. Well, this has been fun. I've learned a lot. Thank you, Emily, for helping co-host. Thank you guys for having us here. And this is Tennessee Wildcast. Keep coming back. Keep watching. Keep listening. Subscribe, like, follow, and just appreciate you all tuning in. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is October 10th, 2023, and it is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Great and loving God, we are here with bowed heads and humble hearts. Bless us as we begin this meeting. Give us foresight and wisdom. We ask for your guidance and your grace. Keep our brave men and women safe that are serving this great nation at home and across the world. Pray for the Mays and the Stevens family. Send your creative spirit upon us. We ask this of your holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you both. First item, we have approved the minutes from the September 5th, 2023 public hearing and regular meeting. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Mays. And that's Mays, not meows. Welcome, sir, to your first meeting.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board of Aldermen, thank you for the opportunity to serve as your next police chief. It's an honor to be here, and I'm truly grateful. And I am truly grateful for the support and the prayers that my family has received over the last couple of weeks. It's been very difficult, but thank you. We couldn't have done it without you, so thank you very much. Before you, I hope you've had the opportunity to review the report. And with that, I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, sir.
All right, have a wonderful night.
Moving on to the fire department. Mr. Nick Matthews, Deputy Chief.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, I trust you have our run numbers for the month of September. We are ticking up a little bit, but nothing great. Right on track. Any questions about anything?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You have the parks numbers for the month. I may take just a second longer than those two gentlemen. I think I'm up against the clock, so I'm going to try to speed it up. Upcoming events, October 21st, that's our Goblins and Goodies / Zombie Night in the Park. Starts at 2 to 4. Be goodies handed out around the trail. 5 p.m. a dance-off, and 6 p.m. a movie, The Addams Family 2, on the football field. You see our past events. September 15th was a kickoff concert for the Fall Festival. The 16th was the festival. 29th was our family movie night at Roy Waldron. Senior Center past events. September 22nd was a cookout and magic show. The 29th was tacos and live music. Upcoming events at the center. October 6th, spaghetti and live music. The 20th is a Halloween party, and the 27th, the fire department will be on hand for blood pressure checks and a cookout. Upcoming meetings, October 18th, Senior Center at 4:30, Park and Rec at 6, and the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee at 7. Would like to give out some thanks for the Fall Festival, Club Knockout, Taylor Farms, LaVergne High School volunteers, and B&B Fireworks. Any questions?
No questions, just some comments, David. First of all, between being sick and working and out of town, so I haven't been able to be at the Senior Center much, but I've heard a lot of good stuff. You guys, Kathy, Sheila, and especially your wife, coming down and volunteering, have went in and done a fantastic job, kept things going. I know you had some help from Miss Donna, the GNRC meetings, so everything is on schedule as it should be, and everybody's great. So you guys are doing a great job down there.
Thank you. We're trying to keep the doors open. I can't say enough for our volunteers. She's volunteered, not voluntold. Donna, Kathy, and Sheila are huge. We've got some assistance from one of the fire recruits. She's going to be with us for a while, so yeah, we're keeping the doors open and everything's moving forward.
One thing I say about, you bring up Donna, I don't care where you throw her, you throw her on a flat rock and she's gonna make music.
I know that's right.
Have we heard anything on the soccer? I know that when it was presented, something might happen soon.
I believe the RFP is, the final language has to be reviewed, so Evan should get that within the next couple of days, and then as long as he approves it, it's in the final stages of being posted. So I think that's right around the corner.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to the library and the spooktacular Miss Donna.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You can see our numbers for the month of September. We're really excited about our new patron cards. They just keep coming in, new people. Last year we gave 114. This year, this month, did I say last year? Okay, let's start again. Last month, we gave 114. That was in August. For September, 99. So we're really excited about that. And we're seeing a lot of those new people in our story times. Okay, going to move on quickly because I've had pressure to get this show on the road. Do want to let everyone know that the library will be closed we will close at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, October 31st at Halloween. We have found that if we're open later, just isn't really good. we just decided to close so that our people can get home safely and to give out candy and whatever they would like to do. So on Tuesday, October 31st, we're usually open until 7. We will close at 5. If you will notice, the teens and tweens are having a painting class. This is for ages 11 to 17. This is the second one, and they're really excited. This will be Saturday, October 14th at 2 p.m. Please sign up at the circulation desk. Last I heard, I think we're full, but we encourage those who would like to come and put their name on a waiting list because sometimes we have those who can't quite make it. All right, I have a stick in my hand. And really excited about this. We are doing a family event. It's called Build a Scarecrow Family Fun. We're encouraging families to come out. And this will be on Saturday, November the 4th from 2 to 4 p.m. Our library will have supplies to build a scarecrow, but feel free to bring your own small scarecrow clothes. As you can see, this is the length of the scarecrow. The scarecrows will be displayed in front of the library through Thanksgiving. And our scarecrow that Miss Becky and I made just wanted to hop in the van and come on down. So Hank, you want to come on up and say hello to everyone? Oh. So this is Hank. And Hank, oh, you can just stand there and hold it. Yeah.
Doing a great job, Vanna.
Kind of like the letter people. I'm having a horrid flashback.
Good job, Vanna.
Little clothes. This is a 4T, but he has a leg and he has coat hanger arms. We will provide the burlap, the hats, all sorts of fun stuff, and you can make them your own. We do encourage the mayor and the aldermen to come out and perhaps build a snowman.
Hey, Elsa.
Okay.
Olaf.
Scarecrow. Snowman will be later on. And we will display those through Thanksgiving. So, Hank, thanks for coming up. And I'll let you take the stick. Okay, one more thing I got to tell you about very quickly. We're having Spooky Spectacular with Mr. Ritchie. And this is fun for the entire family. It's Thursday, October 26th at 5 p.m. You can wear a costume or even a mask. Just be at our event is all we ask. So, to get you in the mood for our Spooky Spectacular, you have to transform very quickly. How many of you have seen Mr. Ritchie before? He is amazing. He does these great experiments, and he is just fantastic. So let's see if we can get ready for Mr. Ritchie. All right, so we will look very forward to you all coming out. Ooh, it's kind of hard to see. On Thursday, October the 26th at 5 p.m. And the children and the adults can wear costumes if they would like to. It's a really fun event. Not really a Halloween event, but it's one that the children can wear their costumes and have a good time. And it is for the whole family. We do give away cookies and drinks on the way out. So are there any questions?
2 questions, Ms. Donna.
Yes, sir.
First off, will y'all be at the Goblins and Goodies event?
Oh, of course. We will be at Goblins and Goodies, so look for the library tent.
Wonderful. And then the second one is, how did you steal the Vice Mayor's glasses like that?
He let me borrow them.
How did you get his hair?
Well, that's a long story.
That's his facial hair, I think.
Thank you, Miss Donna.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
And following that up is our Finance Department, Miss Tanya. Good luck.
Sorry, Tanya.
Chief, if you ever want to change rotation, you're welcome to follow me.
I'm very comfortable with my spot.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust you've looked over the financial report. I did want to bring up the sales tax. It was $436,000 above budget and $166,000 above prior year. And the mayor had asked me last meeting about BJ, so I thought I would share that with you tonight. The information I have is from the sales tax collections for July and August. And for July and August from BJ's, it was $143,708, which we receive about half of that. So it'd be $71,000 for the city.
Nice.
Not a bad start at all.
Any other questions?
Nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-21, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcel 72, consisting of a point of approximately 9.33 acres located at 31 Lillian Buchanan Drive, from a C2 highway service commercial zoning district to an R3 high-density residential zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on August 29th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Well, hold on.
I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Was that a second, Alderman Waldron?
Discussion.
Okay, I'll open it up for discussion.
This thing here reminds me of the Codes building. You know, we sold the Codes building less than market value, but the big kicker, everybody says, well, we're going to bring in retail. That was the selling point of selling it cheaper. Well, here we are with a different pair of shoes, turning commercial and retail into apartments. To me, that's contradicting what we're saying. Talk about commercial, retail. Now, what is this? Bad business. Like on the first reading, I feel like I was talking to the wall. Feel like I'm at a dog and pony show. I mean, what's the difference of selling the Codes building under market price to bring in retail is turning retail commercial property into apartments. It don't make good business sense to me. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
The only thing that I've got to say about this, and I've thought long and hard about it, is we don't have anybody knocking at the door to give us some retail and commercial. I had a long talk with Mr. Broker, our economic person, and of course I asked questions that I felt like were on point with this gentleman, and this particular product, if you will, is definitely a catch-22. It's like we can't have one good without one the other, so that's kind of where I went with it.
Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion to approve in a second. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-22, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2023-23, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 3 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding grading, soil erosion, and sedimentation control, and Title 14, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the stormwater management ordinance. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2023-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Our second, Alderwoman Hobbs.
Abstained.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-25, an ordinance to amend the impact fee ordinance to add an annual adjustment for construction cost inflation. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second and a third. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2023-26, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 police impact fee fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Our second, Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to Resolution 2023-18, a resolution to accept the Portico Place Section 2 Phase 1 subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on September 26, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Resolution passes. Resolution 2023-19, a resolution to write off uncollectible property tax accounts. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Resolution passes. Moving on to number 12, Resolution 2023-20, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Property Conservation Matching Grant Program. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Resolution 2023-21, a resolution of the City of LaVergne, of the LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second and a third.
Is that a boat anchor, Mike? What is that? It's a joke. Never mind.
We'll work on your humor, buddy.
Huh?
We have a motion, we have a second, we have a third. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Resolution passes. Next, we have appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we have the LaVergne Industrial Development Board. We have one term vacant, 2 terms that have expired on October 1st. That would be Terry Coleman and Jim Hessmans that expired. And we have a new applicant, Mark Molinar. So I'll open it up. I'll make a motion to appoint all 3 to the Industrial Development Board.
I second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Abstain.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. And then moving on to the Local Emergency Planning Committee, we've got 2 terms that are vacant. And let's see here. I will appoint Chief Mays to the LaVergne Police Department position. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And then one position we're just going to leave vacant, waiting on our new codes director. With that, we're moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, keep the Mays and the Stevens family in the prayers. Check on the elderly. Make sure your pets have fresh water and shade. It's cooling off, but they still need fresh water. And everyone have a happy and safe Halloween.
Thank you. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick thank you to Mayor Cole, Commissioner Laura Davidson, and School Board Representative Tammy Sharp for advocating for the students of LaVergne at the Rutherford County School rezoning meetings. But I wanted to make a point that we can advocate for our kids in a different way, and that's by denying some of the rezoning requests from developers for high-density houses. We're doing an incredible injustice to our current students and potential students by packing these families when our schools are already bursting at the seams. And with these meetings, the school board's made it fairly clear that they have no plans to help with expansion in our area. And again, I wanted to echo Mayor Cole's comment from the workshop. Thank you to everybody who put together the strategic planning retreat. I really thought that was a great way for the board to come together with city employees to determine how to best move forward and to work together.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haas.
I'm looking forward to the Goblins and Goodies on the 21st. I love seeing the little kids come out with their costumes, and then also the parents dress up. So, and then Zombie Night and the Addams Family. So everybody plan on coming out.
Vice Mayor No.
Yes, sir. I'd like for everybody to remember Roger French and his family. His granddaughter was killed in a car wreck the other day up in Illinois. She was 22 or 25, something like that. So Roger's on their senior citizen board. He's a really good citizen here in the city. Everybody please think about Chief Mays and his son. Don't forget, time change, November 5th. But the big one, I've been working on this for several months, and thanks to the help of Miss Jules, after a lot of phone calls and emails, October the 28th, from 7 a.m. until noon at the LaVergne Senior Center, there will be a dumpster there available. And if anybody's ever tried to get rid of an electronic or a big TV or anything, you know it's like pulling teeth to get rid of those things. You have to find out where to take them in Murfreesboro. Well, the city of LaVergne is going to be offering that not only to our citizens, but to the surrounding cities. It's going to be a donation. Hopefully it'll be a generous donation. All that money will go to the senior center. So if you got some of them big blocky televisions that you can't get rid of and computer towers and things, it's really hard. October 28th from 7 a.m. until noon at the LaVergne Senior Center. Please tell your friends, your families, your neighbors, other communities, people. I know Ann lives in Mount Juliet. Tell your people up there, Ann, they're more than welcome to bring stuff down here. We'd appreciate it. That's all I got.
And where's the senior center for those that don't know?
It's on Stones River Road, and 339, David? 337. I was close. It's right next, before you get to the dog park.
Good job. So first I wanted to thank HR and our engagement team, employee engagement team. Today there was a cookout for all of our city employees, and it was well received. I've heard many things from employees who swung by my office to thank me or to thank Bruce, and really it's our HR team and all the support crew. I saw David out there working a grill at one point this morning, although he was just, it wasn't even turned on, he was just scraping it. I heard Deputy Chief Hatcher was working a grill at one point. So it was a well-received event, and so on behalf of the board, we want to thank y'all for organizing that and for everyone who helped make that possible. So thank you all. Want to remind everyone Halloween is coming up. Please, 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 please be careful out there. Especially if you're out driving, there will be lots of children out, some in the street, some on the sidewalks. Just let's use extra caution with our little ones. Good announcement that I got a phone call on this morning, and it kind of echoes something that you were touching on, is the school board was discussing purchasing some new land here in the north part of the county for a new high school. So that will be watched closely. I've also had some conversations with Dr. Sullivan, and they are going back and revisiting the rezoning plan and making changes specifically due to some of the concerns that we have listed here with the overcrowding, with specifically LaVergne High School and Stewart's Creek going up to 141 and 120% of capacity, which is absolutely crazy. So they are going back and revisiting that. Last but not least, I want to ask you all to please keep the people of Israel in your prayers. There was a very, very deadly terrorist attack this week, and please keep all of them in your prayers. With that, call this meeting adjourned. Hello, LaVergne. It's Jason Cole, Mayor for the City of LaVergne. Wanted to touch base with you and let you know about canvassing for our special census that's beginning soon. What that means for you is representatives from the city will be coming and knocking on your door. They will ask your address, how many people are in the house, and names. That's all that's required for the special census. They'll be wearing shirts similar to what I have on, or they will have a special lanyard as well that designates them as a canvasser. Each home we're asking to participate with this. Why we're wanting that is because each individual for the city is $170 in state shared revenue. This money helps fund our local police, fire, roads, and various other infrastructure for our city. To have an accurate account means that we will have the accurate amount coming in from the state. Each home is only requested to do one form. If you don't want a canvasser to come to your home, you can go on LaVergne37086 or scan our special QR code and go ahead and complete that online. The census will be going from now through February 2024.